Chapter 398. The truth too. With his divine sense, Wang Wei could see how terrible of a shape he was in right now. For one, his ancient desolate god transformation was long cancelled, as he was unable to sustain it after dying a few dozen times. His luscious gray hair that was once full of life was now gray-white, as if it had witnessed many things. His handsome and youthful face was long gone, replaced by that of an old man full of wrinkles and a few age spots. The aura surrounding him had a slight hint of decay, showing that his call to the next life was rapidly approaching. The only thing that showed that this was a young man was his eyes that still shone brightly with life and vigor. There was no turbidness of an experienced old man. His eyes contained wisdom, but not one born out of the vicissitude of life, but through knowledge. As Wang Wei looked at his body, he knew that he did not have much time left. The reason he was in such a sorry state was that at some point, he had to use his lifespan to regenerate himself. The previous him, who had more than 500,000 years of lifespan, had now a little over 600 years left, meaning that he was now an old man in his twilight years. On top of all that, he found small cracks inside his primordial spurt, his divine sea, and divine altar. He knew that this was a result of his foundation on the verge of collapsing. Alright, it's time for the last play, he thought. A black thunder suddenly came out of his body to surround and protect him like a sphere. This was the divine punishment thunder sealed inside his body by Wu Hong to continuously temper his body. By now he could still barely control it for his use. After seeing the black thunder, Di Tian still had a calm look on his face. A small gem appeared in the middle of his forehead. Then, black thunder came from it and surrounded him as well. Then he rushed toward his adversary, this time intending to destroy him once and for all. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was not that surprised after seeing this. The reason that he had access to divine punishment thunder was that he entered the Duyi realm and had the plan to store this lightning for his own use. Since Di Tian had also entered the Duyi realm, it meant that he also survived the same punishment as him. As for the idea of using this thunder for himself, Wang Wei did not think that in all the long history of the myriad emperor world, he would be the only one who have such an idea. So he immediately used another technique. After sacrificing another 100 years of his lifespan without hesitation, he summoned the river of fate once again to surround him like a cocoon, acting as another layer of protection. This technique, called fate protection, was inspired by the one Suya used during her fight with Lin Fan. It allowed Wang Wei to solicit the protection of all the people or things that are under the control of fate, which is essentially everything. Before now, he could only connect to the river of fate to use this spell, but now, he could use the entire river. So now, from past to present, all the living individuals that ever existed in the heavenly abode world began to protect Wang Wei. All the gods and supreme gods that were ever existed, all the mortals and animals, all the races, the forests, mountains, and rivers. Everything was protecting Wang Wei. Yet, with all of this, adding the divine punishment thunder could only buy him a few seconds under a bloodlust Di Tian. Luckily, the few seconds were all he needed. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he began to once again review his experience in the 9 pagoda trials. Until this moment, he did not notice how much of an impact these trials had on his cultivation path. It was responsible for his always calm demeanor in dangerous situations. It instilled in him humility, so that he never truly let his victory or advantages over his opponent get to his head. Because of the trial, he knew to never give up no matter how dire the situation. He knew not to let power get over his head, not to take defeat personally, and to do whatever was necessary to survive, because only the last man standing is the true victor. Not to mention how it tempered his will, his Tao heart, and his pain tolerance. Thinking about this, Wang Wei focused on his last confrontation with the wrath of heaven. In that last battle, he was nothing but a mortal, and yet, he still managed to injure such an all-powerful being. The reason for that? By simply relying on his will. Wang Wei focused on that attack he used to injure that hand. He tried to feel that very same state to understand it, and eventually replicate it. As he felt deep under that state, he realized something. That powerful will that he manifested in that confrontation did come from his 2 years of constantly fighting the wrath of heaven without stopping. No, it came from his time on Earth, to be precise, after his death when he was swallowed by the space crack. After he was swallowed by that crack, he relied on the blue spots scattered in the void-like space. Wang Wei had always thought that he only spent a little time in that space before he found that white light and reincarnated. But he was wrong. He spent countless yuan epochs traveling in that desolate space trying to reach one blue spot after another. And one yuan epoch is equal to 269 trillion years. So, a mortal with no cultivation, with his soul on the verge of collapse, spending so much time alone in this dark and empty space. 9,999% of people would die of loneliness, or take their own life to end the suffering. As for the rest, they would simply give up midway. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. However, Wang Wei endured that loneliness that seemed to stretch for an eternity. Whether it was his desire to survive, his stubbornness, or simply not knowing the concept of giving up, he held on for eons. This resulted in him cultivating a powerful will, unlike anything that has ever existed in the cultivating world. However, after going through reincarnation, his soul was too powerful, so he had to sacrifice a lot of it in the process. Additionally, with his new soul, plus the new baby body that he was inheriting, he had to seal his will to protect his body as it was too weak to bear. And during the last pagoda trial he brought some of it out. And right now he was doing the same. Wang Wei opened his eyes and sighed in disappointment. By now Tian had already torn apart his defense and was standing in front of him. Without hesitation he punched forward. A supreme will that could defy the odds, that neglected the very concept of logic itself emanated from that punch. It was supreme, almighty, and unstoppable. For the first time since this fight, Tian's face became very serious as he felt the power of that punch. He mobilized all the power in his body, including his 9 divine seas and 9 primordial spirits, to bless his body with the power of heaven and earth. Boom! Tian was sent a dozen kilometers away, with half of his body completely annihilated. He looked like a mutilated corpse floating in the void. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sighed after seeing this. In the process of tapping into that powerful will, he failed, or at the very least, did not completely succeed, otherwise there would be nothing left of Tian after that attack. The reason for that was simple. His body could not accommodate such power. Wang Wei guessed that even if he was in peak shape, he could still not bring out all the power of his will. In fact, even if he reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, he might not succeed. Otherwise, the consequence is that he would simply be disintegrated into particles and die. Crack. Wang Wei heard this sound and quickly checked his body. As expected, his divine sea had even more cracks along with his primordial spirit. His body became even thinner than any mummy, making him look like a very terrifying demon. His lifespan only had a little over 200 years left. Meanwhile, Tian used the same tactic as Wang Wei. He opened his mouth to bit the tip of his tongue, and spit out a drop of very pure blood. Then a new body was instantly regenerated from that drop. As for his previous damaged body, he placed it inside his space ring. This attack reached the level of 8 reincarnations. Although it seems very circumstantial, this shows the terrifying talent of this Wang Wei. He must be killed. Then Tian rushed toward Wang Wei at a speed 100,000 times the speed of light, and slapped him with all his strength. And, I promise that is truly the end of this battle. Chapter 399. The Truth. And Tian looked at Wang Wei's body that was sent flying away with a deep frown on his face. Just now, when he decided to attack with all his strength, he made a mistake in the amount of force used. With all his years of experience and control over his body, how could he make a mistake? Luck, he muttered. While thinking about it, he felt a mysterious power that subtly influenced him to make the mistake. And that power was luck. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a sigh of relief after being sent flying. At the last moment, he activated the ability he acquired from the Qi Luck trial to become a son of destiny. This is the reason that Tian made a mistake at the last moment. This is the reason he survived that attack. While flying away, Wang Wei felt like he broke through some kind of space barrier. And when he landed, he found himself inside a small world. Immediately, he saw a blood-red stone on the ground next to his landing spot. Immediately, Wang Wei knew that this stone was his life-saving straw. He held it in his hand while observing it with his divine sense, which was very unstable and on the verge of collapsing. Then Wang Wei laughed out loud maniacally. However, deep inside was a touch of sadness. Is this the power of the Son of Destiny? Who would have thought that one day I would have to rely on pure luck to survive? The world is truly full of ups and downs. After saying this, a lot of his very hidden arrogance was washed away. He became more mature. With one check, Wang Wei knew that this stone was once bathed in the blood of a great emperor. To be precise, the blood of the God King that all the gods in this world revered. Because of this, a soul was slowly nurtured and even gained some sentience after so many years. After a few years, a new spirit race would be born, and one with unmatched talent as well. Without hesitation, Wang Wei sacrificed a few more dozens years of his lifespan to activate his spiritual power to seal the soul inside the stone, sealed it, and placed it inside his space ring. Then, he looked at Tian, who had torn the space of this small world. Feeling a sense of danger, he rushed straight toward Wang Wei to finish what he started. However, a golden light came out from the stone and enveloped Tian. Once Wang Wei could see anything again, only an eyeball was floating in front of him with a small cauldron surrounding it. Emperor artifact, he muttered. Then Tian's body instantly regenerated. Emperor level attack, he said while looking at the blood-red stone. A few seconds later he sighed. There is nothing I hate more than people who has luck on their side. You talked as if destiny has never been in your favor, replied Wang Wei. I despise destiny, said Tian, his voice full of hatred. I have been fighting it all my life, and it has never been kind to me. He took a deep breath. Well, it doesn't matter since I'm still the winner. Yes, you're the winner, and I'm the survivor, replied Wang Wei calmly. As soon as he said these words, he felt that something had left him and was absorbed by Tian. He knew that it was the eternal emperor's destiny. As the victor of this battle, Tian is entitled to this compensation. Just like Wang Wei once took some destiny from all his victory against Ji Song and his victory against Lin Fan. With this destiny, Tian's strength will increase. He can use it to survive most dangerous situations and many more. In general, his chance of becoming an eternal emperor has greatly increased. Although he knew this, Wang Wei did not care that much. This is how the Battle of the Throne was. Heaven Chosens fought to kill one another, or take away each other's luck or destiny. One defeat did not mean much. As for the reason that Wang Wei did not use the stone to defeat or kill Tian, that's because he knew that it was impossible. The stone only absorbed a few drops of blood from the God King. And after so many years of nurturing that spirit race, not much power is left. So he could probably activate it only once or twice more, which is not enough to kill Tian, given the fact that he survived the first attack. The best course of action for Wang Wei is to use this stone to break through the formation that blocked this world. As long as he reunited with his sect, he would be safe. Both he and Tian knew this, so they decided to stop this fight as it was pointless at this point. Tian then looked at Wang Wei with a sneer on his face. Do you think that this is the end? Do you think you will come out of this without any consequences? What do you mean? Look around you, said Tian. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Immediately, Wang Wei took a deep look at his surroundings for the first time ever since this battle began. Fist marks and sword scars could be seen in everything in the space. He saw that there was nothing but an empty void, with even the sun and the moon destroyed. There were no living things in sight. All the habitants of this world, whether mortals, gods, animals, women, children, and the elderly, were all dead, all casualties of this battle. Then, Wang Wei's face became ugly. After inspecting his body, he could smell a terrible rotten stench along with a red hue that surrounded his body and even soul. His aura changed to that of a fiendish one. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a devil that slaughtered countless people simply for his pleasure. Additionally, he finally knew where that crying sound came from. It was from all the grievances that surrounded his body. Trillions of souls crying and blaming him for their deaths and the destruction of their homes. Their cries were impossible to ignore or block no matter the method. This fact alone would drive most people crazy after a certain period of time. Wang Wei raised his head to look at Tian, and noticed that he was perfectly fine. He raised his head to look at the formation in the sky, his face becoming even more unsightly. "Finally noticed," said Ditian. As an excellent strategist, he knew that there was a great chance that he would not be able to kill Wang Wei despite the overwhelming difference in strength. The reason is that all heaven chosens are people with tremendous luck, and cannot be so easily killed. This is the reason that only after defeating Ji Song 3 times that Wang Wei finally killed him. This was a manifestation of his luck. Adding to that the fact that Heavenly Tao has been plotting against him for many years, Ditian was prepared for his eventual failure. So one of the purposes of the formation was to place the karmic sin of the death of all the people of this world, and its destruction on Wang Wei. And with such terrible karma, many things will go wrong for him. For one, his future cultivation will be dozens of times more difficult, the strength of his soul will decrease because of the grievances, his future heavenly tribulations will be more difficult, and many other negative things. Anyway, my job here is finished. After saying that, Ditian disappeared along with the formation, and the emperor artifacts that he brought. At some point, he played with the idea of using the artifacts to finish the job. However, after considering it for a moment, he decided otherwise. The emperor artifacts were powering the formation. If he moved more of them, the people outside can take this opportunity to break the crystal wall and entered. Additionally, Ditian knew that having more artifacts was not necessarily a good thing for a single individual. The reason is that even with one artifact, most cultivators could barely use all its power. Most quasi-emperor can only use 5 to 15% of the power. As for Ditian, he could probably use 20% or more of one artifact. However, doing so could severely affect his foundation, especially in his current state when he does not have the power of law to power up the emperor artifact. Using the artifact in his current cultivation stage would require Ditian to use his origin essence, his spiritual power and blood energy, all things that could affect his foundation. Ditian knew how important his cultivation foundation was to him to complete the 9th reincarnation. So, after mulling it over for a few seconds, he decided not to take the risk. According to the data gathered, Wang Wei's potential is currently at 7th reincarnation, while his strange will-related attack reached 8th reincarnation. So he was still not a big threat to him. What he has to worry about is the outlier, Wu Hong. She's also one of the reasons that he gave up. He did not know what she would do if something happened to Wang Wei. After leaving the heavenly abode world, Ditian teleported back to the myriad emperor world. He looked to the sky with hatred, and snorted coldly before taking out a wild ball from his head. The white ball entered the ground before completely disappearing. Then Ditian returned to his clan. Chapter 400. True Challenge. Wang Wei looked at all the destruction around, thinking about what just occurred. He checked the karmic sin on his body, but unfortunately, no matter what he did, it could not be removed or even sealed away. He tried using Wu Hong's scripture to at least place a temporary seal on it, but it was no use. And after studying it a while, he realized the crux of the issue: incense. In general, faith or incense is not as karmic binding as chi luck, most likely because of its transactional nature. Mortals prayed to the gods and offered them incense, and in return, the gods provide them with aid, spiritual substance, and a paradise for their afterlife. Compared to a sovereign who has to constantly keep its people happy and prosperous to retain a dynasty's luck, the power of incense is less karmically binding. This fact should have been in favor of Wang Wei. However, because of Ditian's formation, this has become his downside. Because he was the almighty god of the heavenly abode world, he was deeply connected to all the mortals of this world. So when the blame for their death and the destruction of the world fell on him, it made his situation worse. Not to mention the fact that he cut off the river of fate of the world and absorbed it. This act will greatly benefit him once he began to comprehend the law. Adding to that the increase in battle prowess the river will grant him. At the same time, this act of him also further deepened the karmic ties he had with the heavenly abode world, which in turn increased the backlash or sins he has to witness. Additionally, the situation was further aggravated when his bone substitution ability was overused in the battle to save his life, and could not be used to transfer the karmic sin to it. Truth be told, Wang Wei did not think that this ability would be useful. Since Dition also cultivated the ancient desolate body refining scripture, then he should be aware of this ability. The scripture granted each user different abilities based on the cultivator's talent and level of tempering. However, many talents are common and have been previously recorded by previous cultivators of this scripture. This includes the bone substitution ability and the element control ability from the 5 organs. So Wang Wei guessed that Dition would be prepared to deal with that ability. Finally, there is his Proving Tao artifact. Since it was made of fate lines of both positive and negative karma, it has some defense against karmic attacks. However, the artifact was almost annihilated by Dition, with only a string left. It would take some time and a lot of resources before it can be repaired. While he was in deep thought, he felt someone rapidly approaching him. He raised his head to see his father and grandfather coming in. It seemed that after this world was destroyed, the crystal wall was slowly fading away. "Why are you all right?" said Wang Tian as he looked at his son who was older than his own father, and as skinny as a dry corpse. "I'm fine, but where is Mom?" "I brought her back to the sect." "Good. It's best if she did not see me in this state." Meanwhile, Wang Chong looked at his grandson and the surrounding. "It seems that you got wrecked." Wang Tian's lisp twitched after hearing this, thinking that this old man should know that if there was a time to be subtle, this should be it. As for Wang Wei, he laughed a little before saying, "You're right. I did get wrecked." Wang Chong nodded his head after seeing his grandson not really affected by this battle. One failure never means much to Heaven Chosen. The only time failure was unacceptable to them was during the final battle. "So how do you feel?" he asked. "Excited," replied Wang Wei with his eyes lit up. "Before I was 90% sure that the throne would be mine. And the only reason I left for the 10% was possible changes that Dition and some other people might bring. But now I have less than 5%. And that's a good thing?" asked Wang Tian. "Only by winning a true opponent, only by surpassing the odds will the throne be truly worth it." To Wang Wei, being a great emperor was nothing but one of the many steps on his path of cultivation, albeit a very important one. So, to him, the more challenging the process was, the better the foundation he can establish for future cultivation. And there is no better challenge than a monster like Dition. Thinking of conquering such a tall and almost desperate mountain, a powerful fighting intent emanated out of his body. Unfortunately for him, he was not in the best state to have such a large fluctuation of his spirit. So blood started falling from his mouth. Both Wang Chong and Wang Tian immediately started to instill their origin essence inside his body to heal him. They immediately frowned when they see the true state he was in. His divine seat and altar were on the verge of collapsing along with his primordial spirit. Essentially, his Tao foundation was collapsing. "It's good that you're in good spirit, but given your situation, you could have died," said Wang Tian, who immediately began to blame himself. The fact that someone could bypass their protection so easily is a great shame. "Damn the D-clan, I should listen to you, Yen, and make them suffer a little. It's shameful to have my father avenged because I lost a battle. Plus, how could you lower your head to fight the lower generation?" said Wang Wei. There was nothing he despised more than when someone lost, then the older generation came to avenge them. "I don't have to deal with Dition, I can still beat his father." "Unfortunately, Dition can probably beat us even we three combined," replied Wang Wei casually. "He's that strong." Even Wang Chong was a little surprised. Then, Wang Wei sent snippets of the final confrontation to them through divine sense, making them realize that he was right. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. Anyway, your situation made me realize that this generation's battle is truly perilous to anyone. If something were to happen to you, I do not know if your mother would ever forgive me. I would have been fine. How can you say this in your current state? Wang Wei smiled as he looked at Li Jun and Yan Liling, who finally rushed over. "Big brother, are you all right?" Li Jun wanted to hug him but feared that he might injure him. So he only raised his hand before putting it down. However, Yan Liling did not have that much reservation and hugged him. She knew if their big brother did not send them outside of the crystal wall, they would have 100% died. "Don't need to worry," replied Wang Wei. "Truth be told, I was never truly in danger." After saying that, He placed his hand on Li Jun's head to take out a small white square. What's this? One of my spirit particles. When I sent you out of the crystal wall, I detached one of them and give it to you. In case I was truly killed, the sect could use it to revive me. Many things suddenly came clear to these people after hearing this. For example, why did Wu Hong's clone say that he would be fine and so on? Of course, although Wang Wei made his revival appear easy, it would not have been. With his paragon quality soul, it would take a lot of resources to fully revive him, not to mention take a couple of thousand years if not more. Additionally, he would have lost many memories in the process. It's good for you to have thought of a way out, said Wang Tian, genuinely in awe of his son's quick thinking. In such a situation, in the split moment of life and death, not everyone could keep calm enough to make a rational decision, let alone come up with a feasible one. Once you get back to the sect, we can fix you right up. However, the problem of your karmic sin will be a real headache. As soon as Wang Tian said these words, Yanchen appeared in front of the group to hand Wang Wei a bag. What's this? Pill to temporarily alleviate your injuries. Wang Wei opened it to find many supreme tier pills. Blood energy pill and vitality pill to heal his fleshly body. Primordial spirit nourishing pills for his souls. And divine sea stabilizing pill for his divine sea. Based on the heat of these pills, he could tell that many were probably made a few minutes ago. Great timing, replied Wang Wei as he swallowed these pills one by one. Young master, I would like to apologize to you, said Yanchen. As a Tao protector, he let his young master become in such a state. This is a derelict of his duty. There is no need to blame yourself. Plus, now that I'm in the primordial spirit realm, death at the hands of my peers is not your responsibility. Although that was true, Yanchen still felt some responsibility. Meanwhile, after consuming the pills, Wang Wei's complexion was no longer as pale. Plus, he did not have to actively use his will to prevent his foundation from completely collapsing. He then raised his head to look at the crystal wall that was slowly dissipating. Go see if there is a way to preserve the wall, and take it away. It could be the perfect material to make Emperor artifact in the future. Wang Tian's eyes lit up before taking a talisman to contact the quasi-emperors with Emperor artifact for them to try. If not, he's prepared to contact more people to take away that wall. After all, Emperor materials are rare things. Chapter 401. Karma and Fate. After stabilizing his injury, Wang Wei took another look at the situation. As he looked at the desolate world that was once full of life, he could not help sigh at the unpredictability of the world. A few hours ago, this was a world thriving with life. All its people had a decent life, even a good one. However, now because of a battle between cultivators, there is nothing left. I always knew that the world of cultivation was one where weakness was a sin. But only now did I truly understand what that meant. Without strength, a person can die because of the aftermath of a battle. Wang Wei's eyes were deep as he broke down what occurred. Cultivators like to say that they are in control of their fate. But is that really true? All it takes is one unlucky day to encounter someone more powerful than you. Then that's the end of your road. And unfortunately, no one can escape that fact, even me. He raised his head to look at the dark sky. In the endless void, people, worlds, gods, demons, Buddhas, and so many more die every single day. Some are because of natural laws, while the majority are the result of man-made disasters. So, how is it that these people control their own fate? Maybe the argument could be made that only by becoming a great emperor could someone truly have control over their destiny. However, I know that the great emperor is not the end of the cultivation path. As such, somewhere out there, they are nothing but bigger ants. He squinted his eyes to focus as many thoughts flashed across his mind. My journey to becoming free and unfettered requires me to control my fate. However, without strength, I cannot do so. No, maybe I should think about things in a different way. Mortals have a very short life. On top of all that, their life is full of unknowns and uncertainty. At any point, they could be killed by someone else or by some unforeseen accident. That is their fate. However, many of them decided to live their lives to the fullest, without leaving any regrets. Since they know that they cannot control anything, they accept this fact and decide to make the best of their situation. By surrendering to fate and accepting their limitations, by enjoying their short existence, they gain freedom. That is also a form of being free and unfettered. Wang Wei frowned as he thought about whether he should also follow this train of thought, as it was also a feasible one. Then he shook his head. I refuse to bow down to fate. The mere thought that my life and the ones I love could easily be taken away while I'm powerless to do anything is unacceptable. I must control everything. And no, I must have the ability, the choice to be able to control everything if desired. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he once again looked at the destroyed world. And I know exactly how to begin. Karma, the law of causality. It is one of the most powerful weapons of fate. With it, fate can connect all things in existence with one another. Whether it is a speck of dust on one side of the world, or an entire world billions of light-year away, they can be connected through karma. Wang Wei's eyes became even brighter. Meanwhile, the others could tell that he had entered a state of enlightenment. So Wang Tian quickly took out the enlightenment tea he had in his space ring and quickly brewed it with spiritual water. Then with a wave of his hand, the tea entered Wang Wei's body. At the same time, a purple orb flew out from Wang Wei's space ring and entered his body. This was the merit he received for inventing the innate pill method. This world was destroyed because of me. However, things were not so simple. If I did not have a paragon quality soul, I would never need to use this method to enter the primordial spirit realm. And how did I acquire this soul? It was back on Earth after my death. Additionally, the reason I discovered it in the first place was that I used the 8 trigram turtle shell to make a divination. Maybe if I had used a different method, I would have discovered another world and spared this world from its fate. Then there is D. Tian's involvement in all of this. It is obvious that he has his reason to make such a move. However, no matter what it was, it did not change the fact that all the events in his life and all the decisions he made led to this catastrophic result. In conclusion, events that occurred thousands of years ago, if not more, led to the eventual destruction of this world. This is the power of karma. This is how fate determined many things. Wang Wei knew that things were even deeper than stated. One of the main reasons Di Tian succeeded in isolating himself from being rescued by his sect was because of the crystal wall. Without it, it would be much easier for the Dao opening sect to come to rescue him once they discovered that he was in danger. The crystal wall was created by an injured great emperor. So he too might fall into the power of causality. It truly is everywhere, muttered Wang Wei. And as soon as he said this, the way he saw the world changed. The fate line that he saw above his head split into countless yellow threads which seemed to be connected to different people or things. They were karmic thread. One of the main threads was connected to his father and grandfather. This is the karmic relationship between giving birth to him and taking care of him. The other threads were connected to all the other people from the sect. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Wang Wei could feel that all these threads were part of the much larger one. After observation, he knew that this was the karma he owed as the sacred son of the Dao opening sect, because of all the resources that the sect used to cultivate him. Then Wang Wei observed all the other threads. He discovered that he could decipher many of them. One of them was connected to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. This was because of the 8 trigram turtle shell that he borrowed from them. However, Wang Wei quickly discovered that this thread seemed to have recently reduced, meaning that the karma he has to pay back has reduced. After reading it, he knew that the reason Di Tian knew his location was because they revealed it. Wang Wei sneered as he knew that as long as he returned the shell or compensate them with something similar, he was done with the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Another thread connecting him was to Di Tian's wife for the innate material she gave him, while another was connected to the Origin Pill Dao sect. And he was slightly surprised by what he saw. He thought that he owed them a great deal of karmic debt, but he was not completely right. A lot of the things he did compensate for stealing the 2 emperor scriptures. For example, all the things he did that benefited Lu Cheng, proving Yi Lao's aid in reaching the quasi-emperor tier alchemist, and more importantly, giving the sect the method of refining pseudo-innate pill. So although he owed them, but not as much as he thought. Then one particular thread caught his attention. After observing it, he found out that it was connected to Earth from his previous life. This was a little surprising as this showed that Earth might be one of the many worlds out there. However, Wang Wei did not care much as he somewhat expected this outcome. One of his plans was to go back to see his parents once more when he was more powerful. Although they were only his adopted parents and things got a little complicated in the family later because of money, he still wanted to see them one last time and remove some of his regrets. Wang Wei's vision once again changed. This time, the dark threads he saw were either golden or extremely dark. The golden yellow threads were the good karma that he has accomplished in his life. This includes all the modern changes he made in the Myriad Emperor world, and the Warring State world where the Qi Luck trial took place. It also included his accomplishment of spreading knowledge to mortal, and opening up wisdom to both human and demonic beasts alike. Compared to most cultivators in their entire lives, this was a great accomplishment enough to be called a sage. However, even so, it was nothing compared to dark yellow threads. The biggest one was connected to the heavenly abode world. From this thread he could see trillions of souls mourning, crying and cursing him. They repeatedly asked him why their gods destroy them. Was their faith not enough? Did they do something wrong? Even if they did, should they be punished so severely? Wang Wei sighed after hearing this. He could tell that this thread was more active than the others, most likely a curse imposed by Detion's formation. He then began to chant something in Sanskrit. Then, all his 7 chakras lit up golden before spreading throughout the entire destroyed world. Wherever the golden light passed by, the grievances remaining in the void was purified. The moment that the process ended, Wang Wei could feel the constant voice in his soul stop talking. They did not disappear but provided him with some rest. Wang Wei raised his head to see if the absolute beginning magic would activate, but nothing occurred, so he was relieved. With this enlightenment, he had an idea on how to remove this karmic sin. However, his intuition also told him that things were not as simple as seen on the surface. Chapter 402. One thing that caught Wang Wei's attention was that he did not have a karmic thread connecting to Wu Hong. No matter how he looked, he could not find one. However, they were still linked by fate. So, he concluded that she was not affected by karma, and that there was a slight difference between karma threads and fate lines. The line that connected them was that of marriage, companion, fated lover, and so on. Suddenly, Wang Wei frowned. He discovered another fate companion line connected to him. However, no matter what he did, he could not tell to whom it was connected or find any information from it. I knew I was a man destined to have a harem. Joking aside, I need to find a way to cut off this line. The moment he discovered it, his first instinct was to cut it, but he failed. Wang Wei shook his head as he knew that the reason for that was either because he was not strong enough, his understanding of fate was not deep enough, or the other person's relationship with him was very deep, making it more difficult to sever. However, no matter what, Wang Wei was determined to sever that line. Not only because he was loyal to Wu Hong, but also because he was not happy with fate determining his love life. It was already a big deal for him to make an exception for Wu Hong. He would not do so for a second person. Finally, Wang Wei paid attention to his surroundings since his enlightenment was finished. It's time to leave. Indeed. However, it's a shame that the world source was also destroyed in the battle, commented Wang Chong, and the others agreed with him. As the name implied, world source was the fundamental energy of a world. It's because of it that any world in the endless void can properly function, including heavenly Tao. The more powerful a word, the greater its source is. Cultivators' battles can be devastating to any world. However, all worlds can use their world source to heal the damage made by cultivators if necessary. This is also the reason that space will heal itself after being broken in most worlds. For cultivators, the world source is one of the highest forms of nourishment. Whether it is to increase their realms, their talents, their lifespans, or used to comprehend the law, it is the best resource in the entire endless void. There are rumors that as long as someone has enough world sources, they can exchange a heaven will with heavenly Tao. However, Wang Wei did not think that this was true. The quickest way to acquire world source is to destroy a world and forcibly take it away. With the power of great emperors, if the rumors were true, these people should be able to easily slaughter most if not all of the greater 1,000 worlds and below to acquire enough sources. After all, many of them have families, friends and disciples. If there was a way to make them great emperors, a few would not hesitate to do so. Of course, there is also the possibility that there are other reasons that they do not do so. After briefly reminiscing about the loss of such precious resources, the group headed to the city in the void that had the transmission array. Wang Wei took one last look at this world before stepping inside the formation. A white light surrounded him, trying as he entered a space tunnel. The formation worked by bending space for two coordinates to meet together. The process has been perfected after so many years by countless sages of the past. So it is quick, almost instant. However, the moment Wang Wei stepped into the tunnel, he saw countless black dots in the passage before everything began to shake. Then, a spatio-temporal storm hit the formation, making it malfunction. Black holes? Damn it, this is a void storm, thought Wang Wei as he placed a shield to surround him. Then he was washed away by the storm and teleported away. The other supreme monarchs using the formation or observing from the outside did not have the time to react before he was gone. They all looked at each other with weird eyes, wondering about what just happened. Then, they heard Wang Tian's roar. Return to the sect immediately. He had to find his son wherever he was. Once he was back in the myriad emperor world, he immediately began to act. Then he finally returned home to see his wife, staring at him as if he was her worst enemy. Wang Tian, where is my son? Asked Yu Yan. With a wry smile on his face, Wang Tian replied. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that he is alive, albeit injured but alive. What's the bad news? Asked Yu Yan as she instantly appeared in front of him and held him by his arms. Then Wang Tian explained the situation to her. So, you're saying that my son could be anywhere out there in the endless void. He could be countless world communities away in some random world. You do need to worry. With our son's strength, no matter where he ends up, he'll be fine. Although Wang Tian said this calmly, he was also very worried. His son was already injured. Adding to that the possible injuries from the storm, his situation might be more severe. Additionally, if he is sent to a world that is very exclusive to outsiders, then the level of danger he will face will further increase. Of course, this is not Wang Tian's greatest worry. What he fears most is that his son is sent to another heavenward world. In the worst-case situation, he might use some dangerous methods to return to his quasi-emperor battle strength. However, in a heavenward world where Tao ancestors and immortal venerables exist, he might be in serious trouble. Yu Yan took a few deep breaths to calm down. You're going to find him, right? Of course. You should not underestimate the foundation of our sect. Although it will take some time and little resources, he will be found eventually. Yu Yan sighed in relief. In this situation, her Yu family, even as an emperor lineage, could not do much. However, the same could not be said for the Tao opening sect. Alright, get to it. Wang Tian was a little surprised that his wife was acting so calm. After reading her husband's facial expressions, Yu Yan said, I realized that I was too emotional previously, and probably would have made the situation more stressful for everybody. So, I will forgive you this time. Wang Tian, as he always enjoyed these moments of clarification from his wife. He gave her a smile before rushing out. He had to mobilize some of the sect's foundations to find his son. Meanwhile, in some world in a faraway world community, a meeting took place with a bunch of men and women dressed in luxurious clothes. All of them had a look of righteousness on their faces, and even their temperament was similar. In the middle of the room, there were one man and one woman sitting cross-legged on cushions that were placed on a slightly elevated place above the others, displaying their status. Our last attacks on the demonic sects were a great success. However, we should watch out in case the demon monarchs decided to make a move, said the man in the middle. Alliance Lord, there is no need to worry about them. Unless the demon monarchs suddenly stop fighting with one another, they will never intervene in our battle. Many people agreed out loud with the person who made this statement, turning the room into a joyous atmosphere. You guys are happy too soon, said the woman in the middle. There has been precedent throughout history of them even making an alliance when necessary, let alone stop fighting. If that day ever comes true, our righteous sect will face the possibility of extinction. The room instantly became quiet the moment she began to talk. Then the people mulled over her words before one person said, "The Vice Alliance leader is correct. One small victory is not enough to make us satisfied. Yes. What we need to do is how to completely eradicate the demonic sects." The two alliances leader nodded their head. Then they decided to take this opportunity to further integrate the strength of all the righteous sections. However, before they could say anything, a crack appeared in the middle of the room. An injured old man as thin as bamboo was spat out. The terrible stench of grievances and sins assaulted all these people. A look of horror appeared on the face of many of them, as they started to wonder whether one of the demon monarchs decided to crash this meeting and attack them. Meanwhile, Wang Wei gritted his teeth in anger as he said out loud, "Damn karmic sins." Chapter 403. Wang Wei knew that the reason such a major accident occurred was that his karmic sin affected his luck, essentially giving him back luck or misfortune. After all, although void storm was a common thing in the void, how could one occur right when he was about to be teleported away? Additionally, the array is designed to take this kind of situation into account, so such an error should not happen. On top of all that, there were dozens of Supreme Realm powerhouses plus a few quasi-emperors, some even with emperor artifacts, so how could they not even act in time to save him? The reason is that the misfortune imposed on him made sure that everything that should go wrong did so. If Wang Wei did not react in time, and controlled his Qi Luck Dragon to counter some of the effects of this misfortune curse, his situation could have been worse. After cursing out loud, Wang Wei looked at his surroundings and could instantly tell that the situation was not right. The entire seemed tense because of his arrival. Without hesitation, he appeared in front of the person closest to him and placed his hand on a woman's head. Then he forcibly searched that person's memory. Although all the 15 people in this room were all true monarchs, the person attacked was no match for Wang Wei, even in his injured state. However, he did encounter some resistance while reading that person's soul. Once he was done, she vomited a mouthful of blood while Wang Wei was relieved. His worst fear did not happen. He feared that he would be teleported to some forbidden place or a heavenward world. In his current state, this was the worst-case scenario. Luckily, he was now in Great Thousand World called Heavenly Profound Continent. All the people in the room immediately stood up after realizing how powerful this person, who seemed to be a demon monarch, appear. Both the alliance leader and the vice leader immediately stood up, and the man screamed, "Who is your excellency?" However, Wang Wei did not answer him. Instead, the power of faith flashed across his eyes as he made divination. He wanted to know what effect his existence would have in this world. For some reason, he felt a sense of crisis. A few seconds later, the divination succeeded and the result was only 2 words, "World Lord." Countless thoughts flashed across his eyes as pondered the meaning of these results. Then his face became ugly for a moment. Wang Wei glanced at the people in the room before disappearing. "Don't let him escape," yelled Zhou Qun, which was the name of the alliance leader. If rumors of a demonic cultivator infiltrating this meeting, and even injuring a member were to get out, the prestige of the Righteous Sect Alliance will be affected. Many people will be more than happy to take advantage of this situation for their benefit, and someone might even challenge his position as a leader. Not to mention that the demonic sects, which have just been dealt a blow, will have their morale reinvigorated. With a few steps, Wang Wei teleported away. He did not forcefully break the void as this would leave a trace. He had to use a teleportation spell. Although this method had a limited traveling distance than breaking the space, it was more subtle and not easy to detect. Wang Wei landed on a mountain with a frown on his face. After traveling so far and changing direction countless times, these people could always find him and rushed in his direction. There is no way that these people could have placed something on his body, so they might have a tracking method. However, if it was any ordinary method, he should have detected it, so that can only mean one thing. These people are using my karmic sin to track me. This was not a good thing for him as he could not hide it. Should I go to the demonic sects prefecture? Thought Wang Wei. This world is as large as the heavenly abode world if not bigger. However, it is not separated by different realms. It is one massive continent divided into prefectures, similar to the domain of the myriad emperor world. Furthermore, There is no fortune dynasty, as this world is ruled by countless sects divided into righteous and demonic. The two sides have been fighting for countless generations. If go to the demonic sect's prefectures, it should not be a problem to stop these people from pursuing me. However, given the divination I just made, things could become more complicated. Thinking of this, Wang Wei raised his head to look at the shining bright sun in the sky. He disappeared before appearing on it. He used his divine sense to scan it but did not find anyone. After making some rapid calculations, he took out a bunch of formation flags along with other materials. He placed them in different places surrounding the sun to set up a formation that borrowed its power. Unfortunately, after activating it, 4 circular runes appeared around the sun. However, they only flicker lightly. Wang Wei knew that it was not his rune engraving that was wrong, but because the laws of this world were different, some adjustments were needed for an array in the supreme tier. Wang Wei frowned as he looked down as he sensed the people rushing in his direction. He waved his hand, then the entire world changed. All the profound cultivators of the world saw a protecting shield that covered the entire world. No matter where they were, what prefectures, whether it was righteous or demonic cultivators, they were in shock as they saw the protective shield. The upper echelons of the alliance that was chasing Wang Wei were immediately stopped by the shield. Even when the leader asked them to attack the shield to destroy it, many of them has their reservation as they knew such power was not something true monarchs could use. Meanwhile, Wang Wei aged a little more after doing this. Then he finished setting his formation as he modified the runes to better fit this world. If he was at his peak, with all his years studying natural formation during the Dragon Tomb secret realm, he could forcibly borrow the law of heaven and earth to instantly set up a formation. Unfortunately, he was nothing but a shell of his former self. A few hours later, Wang Wei finished setting up the formation. However, his eyes dimmed a little as a massive migraine overcame him. He took a few pills before setting up a cottage in the sun. Now that he was safe with this supreme tier Truyang array, Wang Wei began to take care of his situation and heal his injuries. In his situation, the fastest way to heal and stabilize his injury is to absorb life forces. For example, if he were to absorb all the energy and life force of this sun, his injury should barely be stabilized. And as long as he absorbed enough life force from people or heaven and earth, he would not have to worry for a while. However, Wang Wei was perfectly aware that if he did that, this would lead to his death in this world. The reason for that was the divination he made. World Lord is another name for Tao ancestors. Great Emperor can directly control the Grand Tao source, while Tao ancestors can only borrow its power. And the way to become Dan ancestor is to cultivate a world or universe inside the body, then use it to borrow or levy the power of the Grand Tao source. Of course, just having an inner world does not mean that a person can gain access to the source. Some cultivation systems allow cultivators to cultivate a world inside their body, but it does not mean that they can gain access to the source. To that, a great emperor is required to refine a Tao source seed for them, and use it as the core of the inner world. More importantly, a great emperor is not the only way to acquire a Tao source seed. The universe is fair and gives all life a way forward. In Heavenwell World, cultivators have the possibility of becoming quasi-emperors, even though it is not technically a realm, and great emperors. However, what about the people from Great Thousand Worlds? Is the Supreme Realm the end of their cultivation path? The answer is no. These people can become the world lord of their world by fusing their minds with heavenly Tao and forcefully making it give them a Tao source seed. However, this path is difficult as it requires cultivators to use their will and strength to defeat heavenly Tao. So, an alternative method could be used. As long as a cultivator create enough merit for their world, they can exchange with heavenly Tao for the source seed. Unfortunately, the number of merits needed is truly high, making it a very difficult task to accomplish. Not to mention how difficult it is to acquire merit in the first place. Finally, there is a third situation where people can become world lords. When a world is facing a catastrophe of destruction like invasion or others, as a defense mechanism, heavenly Tao will choose a person worthy to grant the seed in exchange to save the world. And this is where Wang Wei comes in. In his situation, if he decided to absorb life energy without any regard for anything, no one could stop. Then, as long as Heavenly Tao chooses a world lord, his death was guaranteed as he was powerless in front of a Tao ancestor. Chapter 404. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. After reassuring his wife, Wang Tian flew to one of the sect's mountains where his father along with a few other people were waiting for him, all of whom were from the Wang clan. Without saying anything, he took out his sect master's token and activated it. In his mind, a list of places that he can be teleported to appeared, and he chose the secret artifact storage. A portal made of runes appeared in front of the group, and they entered it. In an instant, they found themselves in a room full of magical artifacts with the weakest one being quasi-emperor level. A brief calculation of these artifacts would show that there were more than 100,000 of them. "I need the star road map," said Wang Tian out loud, and as soon as he finished these words, a powerful consciousness began to scan his body, bloodline, and even soul, leaving nothing intact. During the whole process, the sect master remained calm as he waited patiently. A few minutes later, the process was finished. Then a palm-sized map glittering like stars appeared in front of him. Wang Tian's eyes lit up as he knew that with this artifact, he had a greater chance of finding his son. That's because this was an innate artifact, the very one that their founder, Emperor Qiyuan, used to travel to other world communities in his early years. "Have the other things been prepared?" asked Wang Tian to the other people behind him. One person nodded before handing him 5 glowing orbs. After taking them, he nodded as he knew that they should be enough to use as a power source. That's because each of these orbs was an entire world the size of a great thousand world, that only has origin source veins planted inside of them. The energy that one of them contained is enough for more than a 1,000 Supreme Realm powerhouse to cultivate, and that's only an underestimate. And without hesitation, Wang Tian was prepared to use 5 of them to find his son. Using the orbs, he activated the Star Road map. Soon afterward, the group found themselves floating amongst the stars. There were countless of them shining throughout the vast universe, with one of them being the brightest. Looking at the shiniest stars amongst them, which seemed to be the center of all the others, one of the people asked, "Is this the Myriad Emperor world?" "Yes," replied Wang Tian. "And all the other stars are worlds that we have the coordinate for. Let's not waste time." Then Wang Tian, Wang Chang, and all the other Wang clan supremes pricked their finger to take out a drop of blood from their bodies. Then they began to chant a long spell. As they do so, their individual drop of blood fused into one, then it began to move around the star map. It rapidly flew from a very far away place to a place where the star was broken and its light scattered. This was the location of the previously destroyed heavenly abode world. The drop of blood stayed there for more than an hour before moving. At some point, it seems to have crossed a barrier to a place where there were little to no shining stars. The others frowned a little as their suspicions were verified. Their young master was in another world community. This will make the search even more difficult. After staying in this area for a while, the drop of blood once again crossed another barrier. And after seeing this, Wang Tian immediately said to one of the people, "Go to the Wang clan's world and have all the clan members give a drop of their blood." The person who received the order immediately went to execute it, as he knew that the patriarch wanted to use this method to further increase the strength of the bloodline tracking spell. Meanwhile, Wang Tian also took out a few bloodline-related artifacts from the storage to help the process. He knew that the longer time passed, the more variables to the general situation. Heaven Profound Continent, the Sun. After setting up the formation to protect himself, Wang Wei began to plan for his future. His first step was to refine a few pills to once again stabilize his injury, which was recently further aggravated. Then he has to plan for the future. He knew that in his current situation he couldn't return home. Based on the knowledge he received from that woman at the meeting, he knew that he was in another world community. As such, he did not even know how far from home he was. So, even if he knew the coordinate of the Myriad Emperor world, he could not return. With his ability, it's not impossible to create a quasi-emperor tier void boat to navigate the endless void. However, that would be useless, as unique spatial artifacts are required to travel from one world community to another, and he did not know how to create such a thing. As such, the best solution to his problem is to wait for either his sect to find him or his wife. Of course, Wang Wei was also prepared for the worst-case scenario that he is never discovered, or that it takes too long to do so, making him miss the Heavenwell battle. In that case, he will build his void boat in search of the Heavenwell world of this community, found a way to acquire an identity token, and become an emperor there. Although he guessed that there might be consequences for people from other world communities to take the Heavenwell of others, he was willing to take risks. Plus, his guess might be wrong. As for how to find the Heavenwell world, given how vast each world community is, he already had a basic plan. It was to use karma. From what he learned, the Heavenly Profound Continent's cultivation system is derived from the Heavenwell's world of this community, meaning that just like back home, the emperors of this community spread their system to all parts of the community as a way to gather luck. All Wang Wei has to do is find the karmic thread that connects this world to the Heavenwell world. Although this will take some time and he has to deepen his understanding of karma a little deeper, it was a good start. Thinking about this plan, Wang Wei then focused on the profound cultivation system of this world. And to be honest, he was a little disappointed. This system was a pure energy sublimation, one that Wu Hong mentioned to him. The profound cultivators in this world, as they called themselves, cultivate profound energy. And in each realm, from Tier 1 to Tier 9 true monarchs, they sublimate the energy to become more powerful. In the later stages of cultivation, they did not cultivate the laws or anything similar. In their system, it was not until Tier 8, Saint Realm, that they began to cultivate spiritual power, while only in Tier 9 that they have control of their souls. Well, at least they have developed energy control to the pinnacle. I can still learn something from them, and apply it to my understanding and use of origin essence. Despite saying these words to reassure him, Wang Wei could not completely remove his disappointment. However, he knew that there might be more to this world than he currently knows. For example, maybe there are some rare resources back in his world that are common here. Plus, there are bound to be many things, like herbs, ores, or pills, that he had never seen before. Wang Wei then looked at the continent. His eyes could see everything except for the places with powerful formations. Should I mess with this world? Although he could not do it himself, he could still do it from the shadow. However, there has to be something for him to gain. So his mind began to rapidly function. If anyone could see him, they would be terrified by the dangerous light in his eyes. Dowsour seed? No, that's too dangerous. In my current situation, if something goes wrong, I will be powerless. From what he learned from his grandfather, before world lords transitioned into Dao ancestors, some of them are so powerful that they can easily annihilate any quasi-emperors with emperor artifacts, and not just ordinary ones. Quasi-emperors at the level of his grandfather, and even more powerful. The ones that can bring out a great deal of power from their artifacts. World source? Muttered Wang Wei. If I play my cards correctly, I should be able to gather some without destroying the world. Even with a small amount, I should be able to repair my Dao foundation, and even alleviate the issue of not enough lifespan. His eyes became even brighter. In that case, I need to choose my target wisely. After looking at the continent once again, he blew something out. 2 invisible spirit particles flew from the sun, undetected by anyone. One of them flew to the righteous sect prefecture, while the other to the demonic sect prefecture. A disciple of the demonic sects had just died from the previous conflict, and his body was left to be eaten in a forest. An invisible light entered his body and the disciple suddenly opened his eyes. Where is this? Didn't I die after being electrocuted? The disciple suddenly felt a massive headache. Then his eyes became bright. I've been transmigrated? Haha, God gave me a second chance. In this life, I'll never let anyone trample on me again. Ding. Detecting host, binding to host, loading process, 34%. 50%. Loading finished. Welcome host to the Devour system. Is this my golden finger? Haha, I really am destined for greatness. Meanwhile, in an inn in the righteous sect's prefecture, one of the disciples who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. What happened? Didn't I die in the final battle? After checking his surroundings, the disciple had a look of shock on his face. I have traveled back in time to 10 years ago? Is this real? He rushed next door to call his junior sister. After seeing her, he raised his hand instinctively to touch her face, making her blush. Senior brother, are you all right? Realizing that he made mistake, he apologized by telling her that he just had a bad dream and thought something happened to her. Afterward, the disciple returned to his room, a look of determination on his face. I will never let all these tragedies from happening again. I will never let anyone take you away from me. Meanwhile, in the sun, Wang Wei had a smile on his face as he watched those two. Now the stage has been set. Let's see how this game plays out. Chapter 405. System, show me my status. Name Chu Mo Chu Yunfan Sect, Blood Azura Sect Former, Cultivation Realm. Profound King Realm. Status: severely injured, on the verge of death. Is my name Chu Mo in this life? So be it. Then Chu Mo asked the system what it could do. And the answer he received is that the system can devour anything and help him heal his injuries and cultivate faster. Is that all? Asked Chu Mo. The system was injured in the process of transporting the host's soul to this world. As such, a few of its main functions are temporarily unavailable, replied a cold and monotonous voice. Chu Mo nodded as he did not care that he had to devour other people. In his previous life, he was always bullied because of how weak and soft-spoken he was. Whether it was in preschool, junior high school, and even college, his roommate would force him to his lackey. Even back home, his parents treated him like shit, always favoring his younger brother and sisters. So after his death, Chu Mo not only did not have any attachment to Earth. Plus, before dying, he made an oath that if there was a chance, he would leave his life doing whatever pleased him. He would never let anyone walk all over him again. Since I'm already a demonic cultivator, I will follow my oath before dying. I will this world know my name, and make them respect me. I will be the greatest demon to ever lived. After saying this, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. Chu Mo then focused on his status bar. He was very happy with his cultivation level. From the memories he received from this body, he knew that the profound king realm was quite high and only a few realms from the top powerhouses of this world. Not having to start from scratch pleased him greatly. When it comes to his status, he understood why it said former. Most likely, the Azura blood sect was destroyed by the righteous sects, making him lose his status as one of the heaven chosens of the sect. Chu Mo at first thought that such a high status might be beneficial to his cultivation path. However, thinking about how to explain how he was brought back to life might cause more trouble. Plus, with a system, he did not have to worry about resources and cultivation. Now the only issue he was facing was his injured state. Chu Mo tried to get up but felt a terrifying pain all over his body, but he did not scream. To him, this injury was terrible, but he had once come close back on Earth. System, can you help? Asked Chu Mo host. With the current state of the system, it is required to touch something before devouring it. With great difficulty, he moved his head to look at his surroundings. The bodies of many of his fellow disciples were scattered in the forest. Before the death of the previous owner, hundreds of righteous sect cultivators besieged him and the other people. After the battle, all the demonic cultivators were dead along with many from the righteous sect. However, it seemed that the bodies of the righteous sect people were taken away for burial. Be that as it may, Chu Mo knew that he couldn't move to the closest body to him for absorption. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of another solution. System, can I absorb energy from the ground? Yes. After placing his hand on the soil, Chu Mo felt a devouring power coming from his hand. Then a powerful energy entered his body and repaired it. Whether it was his muscles, bones, organs, and meridians. In the process, the surrounding 10 meters around him turned from the vivid green to a gray and lifeless color. Once the process finished, Chu Mo's injuries had healed to the point he could move now. So he walked to all the bodies of the demonic sect disciples and devoured them. Soon, all of them dried up like mummies before turning into sand particles that scattered with the wind. After the process was finished, Chu Mo returned to his peak state, with no injuries whatsoever. Suddenly, he heard a beep sound in his mind. Detecting system to have absorbed enough energy. Commencing minor update. Loading 23%. 76%. 100%. Chuemo discovered that another update was made to his status bar. Devour points, 3840. What is the use of the Devour points? Devour points can be used to strengthen the body, soul, cultivation, heal, and other functions based on the host's desire. Chuemo nodded in satisfaction at the fact that he had more control over how to distribute the energy that the system absorbed. As a transmigrator who read countless novels, he knew how dangerous some systems with intelligence are. However, so far, his system seemed to be the unemotional one, similar to I. Chuemo then checked his cultivation and a frown appeared on his face. He discovered that he could only control a small portion of the massive profound energy inside his Dantian, or profound sea. System, what is going on? The host's mind is not adept at controlling profound energy. As such, necessary training is required to perfectly control the cultivation level of the previous body. How long will that take? Calculating 7 years, 3 months, and 18 days. So long? Then can I use Devour points to accelerate the process? Devour points can be used to boost the host's spiritual energy and make it easier to control the strength of the body. Chuemo nodded in satisfaction before deciding to find a safe place before beginning his training. Meanwhile, in the sun, Wang Wei's gaze was fixed on Chuemo the entire time. It seems my experiment is successful. Of course, Chuemo was not reincarnated. Wang Wei just chose a body whose soul has not yet fully scattered, gathered the missing parts, and reassembled them back together. Then he created false memories of someone living back on Earth, and made sure that these memories served as the dominant ones. He even gave him a backstory that will make it easier to cross. As for the system and devouring power, that's only his spirit particle, and the use of the gluttony swallowing scripture. The reason that he went to all of this trouble instead of just forcibly taking over someone else's body was to avert the detection of heavenly Tao. He even used his new understanding of karma to cut off the connection of the spirit particle to him, so that no one can trace it back to him. If someone were to search Chumo's soul and discover the particle, they would think that it was either a product of his soul mutating, or some kind of powerful artifact. Unfortunately, doing things like this has its downside. Chuemo is now a real person with his own thoughts, ideas, and goals. So, as long as he discovered that Wang Wei was the puppet manipulating things from the shadow, he will revolt. To plan for this possibility, Wang Wei will make sure that Chuemo relied heavily on the system without being suspicious. This is the reason that he made up the excuse of him not being able to control his cultivation level, forcing him to rely on Devour points to solve any problem he has. Wang Wei's gaze then focused on Zhou Shu, the righteous disciple that he chose. The latter was currently in deep mediation inside his inn. 10 years later, the Demon Lord will begin his conquest of the entire continent. The attack was so sudden that no one was prepared. No one had even heard of an existence called the Demon Lord. At that time, I was weak and watched my master, junior sister, and sect be destroyed. I did not even survive the first wave of attack. But now that I was lucky to revert in time, I can change that. Zhou Shu first thought of killing the Demon Lord before he became powerful. Unfortunately, he did not know his identity. Plus, with his current weak self, he did not think he had a chance. So, the best method is to use all the information I have in my head about future fortunate encounters to rapidly raise my cultivation level. As long as I become strong enough, I can easily kill the Demon Lord. Zhou Shu's eyes became more determined after thinking about this. The closest encounter to me is the vermilion fruit in the lavender sun forest. Previously, it was discovered by a disciple of the Gentleman Poem sect. That disciple bragged about the fruit so much that even I knew how he acquired it. With it, I should be able to break through from the profound Grandmaster realm to the profound King realm. After making a decision, Zhou Shu left the inn after talking to his junior sister, and headed in the direction of the fruit. Meanwhile, Wang Wei muttered to himself while watching this. I will bleed a little to cultivate you. Hopefully my returns will be worth it. Just Chuemo, Zhou Shu's memories were also created. And when it comes to the fortunate encounter that he knows, a lot of them are things that Wang Wei discovered while scanning the world. Some of them were things that he will create for Zhou Shu, so they do not even exist yet. He waved his hand and a puppet appeared in front of him. Then, he gave it a space ring before ordering it to go create these fortunate encounters. Now that he had finished setting up the game board, it was time for him to do his thing. During the battle with Di Tian, he only seriously injured his opponent twice. And each of those times, he took advantage of Di Tian's weakness to read his fate line to gather information about the latter. Although he only gathered scattered information, it was more than enough to learn a great deal about him. So now he was prepared to review this information so that he can know who and what he is dealing with. Chapter 406. Wang Wei managed to acquire 5 instances in Di Tian's life. The first one was the same that Li Jun stole from his memories. It was the one where he was holding the dead body of his supposed wife. The second one was a snippet of a battle with a handsome man. The moment Wang Wei saw it, he recognized it as his ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan. When he was young, he had to participate in the worship of the ancestors, including the Wang, Yao, and Li clans. The third piece of information he gathered was a brief one. He only saw a woman waving a bamboo sword. Then, Di Tian was annihilated on an atomic level. The fourth memory was a great battle between a three-eyed devil and a beautiful woman. The moment he laid eyes on her, he recognized her as Empress Wu, as she looked exactly like Wu Hong. The only difference was their temperament. She appeared more cold and indifferent. It was as if she was alienating everyone that tried to get close to her. The battle was quite magnificent. Unfortunately, he only watched a little bit of it. However, he knew that he could learn something from watching it. The last memory was of an injured individual who was roaring and cursing at heaven, asking why he woke up his memories only now. The person was full of grief and indignation. Wang Wei opened his eyes as his wisdom flashed across them. 9 Samsara Fist, 9 reincarnations. Fought at least 3 eternal emperors. Based on the clothes of the last memory and the surrounding, it looked like the style of the Middle Emperor era. After pondering deeply about it, he had a theory on why Di Tian was so powerful. The simple answer is his terrifying foundation. Through 9 reincarnations, he cultivated to the peak of the quasi-emperor, then absorbed it in his next life. This method was exactly the same as the 9 nirvana blood qi that he created to break the barrier to the 13th layer of the body refining realm. After realizing this, Wang Wei begins to plan on how to make up for the gap between them. His first thought is to create different clones and have them cultivated from scratch before absorbing them. However, he shook his head. This method was not feasible. Clones were part of oneself. As such, doing this would increase his foundation but not as much as he imagined. Otherwise, Suya, with all her countless clones, would be overpowered. Based on his theory, the reason Di Tian is so powerful is that each time he reincarnates, his soul and maybe even his cultivation is baptized by the power of samsara, thus drastically increasing his understanding, control, and strength of his Tao. So, although clones could be an alternative, it is not ideal. It would not help as much. Another method would be to separate some of his spirit particles into reincarnation and experience the same thing as Di Tian. Then when they grow up and reach the quasi-emperor realm, he absorbed them. Unfortunately, this plan will require a deep understanding of the law of reincarnation, something which he does not. However, there may be some reincarnation-related artifacts in the sect. Wait, I do not need to use the Tao of reincarnation to accomplish this task when fate is just as good. Wang Wei's brain started to work like a supercomputer. As long as I have my spirit particles steal the fate of a weak mortal, then have him slowly rise to the top of the cultivation world before finally absorbing it, this should work. As a person who cultivates the Tao of fate, it would be better to use this method as it was more suited for him. So he spent some time further fine-tuning his plan. For this to work, I need to remove the karmic sins of the spirit particles used. This was not a problem for him as he had already done this to the spirit particles he used for both Chu Mo and Zhou Shu. However, for his plan to work, he has to use more than one spirit particle. For each of the 9 fate incarnations of himself that he will use, he might need to use more than one spirit particle, so it will take a little time to refine them and remove the sins. As for the reason he will only make 9, Wang Wei had a feeling that 9 was the limit he could use this technique. Although he will still try to test more, he still believed in his intuition. While he was thinking about how things might go wrong with his plan and how to fix it, Wang Wei suddenly opened his eyes. Some is trying to calculate my secrets? After checking what it was, he discovered that it was a form of divination that did not rely on the power of faith. Instead, it relied on yin and yang, or the constant changes of the universe to calculate the secrets of heaven. Essentially, it is the same method of divination using a different Tao. After sensing this power, Wang Wei immediately blocked it while at the same time tracking it back to its source. Then he saw an old man with his head and beard entirely white. He was dressed in coarse linen clothes that only peasant mortals would wear. After seeing the old man who had a terrifying look on his face, Wang Wei snorted coldly, making him spit a big mouthful of blood before breaking the calculation. The unspoken sect? Interesting, he muttered before concentrating his focus on his 2 pawn chess pieces. Meanwhile, in the Righteous Alliance, a meeting was taking place. The upper echelons of the alliance were still discussing the issue of Wang Wei despite a month having passed since his arrival. The alliance insisted on organizing all their main power to eradicate this devil that has occupied their sun. However, the other members disagreed as all their previous attempts failed, resulting in many of them being injured. They also know that if it was not for the fact that this unknown demon monarch refused to attack them for some reason, with that formation alone, they would be instantly killed. While everyone was in the midst of their arguments, the Vice Alliance, Tong Hua, suddenly frowned. Her small action suddenly caught the attention of everyone around. Vice Leader, is there a problem? I just received an emergency call from the sect, so I must return. Do you need any help? No, this is just a private matter. Everyone nodded and no longer asked. No one mentioned the fact that she interrupted such an important meeting for a personal matter. The people in the room knew that in terms of strength and ability, she was the most qualified for the post of alliance leader. If it was not because she was a woman and did not fight very hard for the position, she would have been the one in that seat. After leaving the meeting, Tong Hua used a transmission array to quickly return to her sect. With the array and her cultivation as a profound God realm true monarch, she quickly reached her destination. Without pausing, she rushed to a desolate mountain where a small cottage lay. This was a restricted area that only she as the sect master can go to. As soon as she entered the cottage, she saw an old man in coarse linen clothes with blood all over his body. Supreme Elder, what is wrong with you? Don't worry, I'm fine, just a little backlash from calculating this new demon monarch. Luckily, he just wanted to warn me. He's that powerful? Indeed. That's the reason I wanted to calculate him. I wanted to know if he would interfere with our plans. While injecting her profound energy inside the old man's body to soothe his injury, Tong Hua asked, "So what do we do now?" Although I did not get much information, what I know for sure is that his existence will add many variables to things. From the information gathered this past month, he does not seem interested in intervening in the world. Plus, there is a high chance that he was injured or his lifespan is running out. It does not matter. When someone is powerful enough, their presence is enough to affect the destiny of everyone in the vicinity, replied the Supreme Elder. So what's our next step of action? We have to advance the plan to now. Are you sure that's all right? The old man sighed. Our ancestors have been planning this for countless generations. If nothing went wrong, it should have been your generation to benefit. So, pushing things in advance will not affect the general trend. Tong Hua nodded her head in agreement, while hoping that things go according to plan. A week after this meeting, a piece of shocking news spread throughout the heavenly profound continent. All the members of the Righteous Sect Alliance were killed by a powerful demon monarch that infiltrated their sect. The only survivor was the vice leader who had to leave because of an emergency a week prior. Chapter 407. Inside a forest, Zhou Shu had an incredible look on his face. A few minutes ago, he received the news from a few loose cultivators that were hunting in the forest that all the upper echelons of the Righteous Sect Alliance have been killed. For more than a half hour, he stared in the distance with a dull look on his face, thinking that he had heard wrong. That's impossible. Something like that never happened before. Why now? Could my existence lead to the butterfly effect and change the future? This was the only explanation he could come up with, as Zhou Shu did not doubt the memory inside his mind. In the past month, he has been using them to take many fortunate encounters. In just a month he raised his cultivation from the profound Grandmaster realm, Tier 5, to the peak of the profound King realm, Tier 6. Zhou Shu took a deep breath to calm himself down, as he knew that the situation was not ideal for him. With the changes in the timeline, who knew how long before his memories of the future become useless, so he had to hurry to rapidly increase his strength. He rushed to the nearest fortunate encounter to ensure that something did not go wrong. In the sun, Wang Wei was in deep cultivation as he repaired the crack in his primordial spirit. Unfortunately, even with a few quasi-emperor's pills, he could only stabilize his current state. If he wanted to completely heal, he would need a ridiculous amount of time. So, the best solution is to wait for his sect to find him, and found a way to not only quickly heal him, but deal with his lifespan issue while preserving his powerful Tao foundation. What annoyed Wang Wei the most in his current situation was that he could not cultivate. He was now at the peak in the Yin Soul step of the primordial spirit realm. And with only a little push, he could enter the Yang Soul, yet he was stuck. The primordial spirit was divided into 5 steps: Yin Soul, Yin Yang Reversal, Yang Soul, Chain Removal, and 3 Immortal Souls. In the Yin Soul step, cultivators have to absorb Yin energy to strengthen their primordial spirit. They can do so through transforming spiritual energy into Yin energy, using formation to gather the Yin Qi between heaven and earth, devour souls or ghosts. However, this is a method mostly used by devil cultivators. The most common method used in the Myriad Emperor world is to absorb energy from the moon, as it is considered one of the purest Yin energy between heaven and earth, or used heavenly materials with Yin attributes like ice and so on. The Yin-Yang reversal is a transition step to revert the Yin nature of the primordial spirit into Yang nature, so that it can achieve a balance of Yin and Yang. For many cultivators, the process is very slow and takes a long time. However, when it comes to geniuses and heavenly chosens, the process is instant, essentially making them skip this step, or to be precise, not spend a lot of time in this step. In the Yang Soul step, Yang energy has to be absorbed to temper the primordial spirit. In this step, the soul can survive without a body and not suffer any consequences. In this stage, if a cultivator's body is destroyed, they can take over another person's body as long as their primordial spirit is intact. Because of this fact, one of the most profitable businesses in the Myriad Emperor world is selling suitable bodies for primordial spirit realm and above to possess. And the leader of this operation is led by the corpse-selling sect, a devil emperor lineage with 2 great emperors. However, from what Wang Wei knows, there are rumors that the background of this sect is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In the chain removal step, cultivators have to remove the shackles that connect the body with the soul, otherwise the primordial spirit cannot stay for long outside the body, and will be dragged back on after a certain amount of time. This is the reason that so many chains appeared on Wang Wei's body during his fight with Di Tian, when the latter forced his soul out of his body. As for the last step, it involved the saying that all livingness has 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls. After he was done with his cultivation, Wang Wei opened his eyes as he checked the heavenly profound continent. The moment he learned that all the upper echelons of Righteous Alliance were killed, he knew that something was wrong. He waved his hand and a yellow ball appeared in his hand. These were life force absorbed by Chu Mo after exterminating so many sects and killing so many demon races. The majority of them were sent to him while the profound energy was left to him. Chu Mo was still young, so he did not need lifespans, but mostly used it to heal, so he did not need that much. It's a shame that with how strong Wang Wei's body is, these life energies have little effect on him. Plus, he also knew that his foundation would be affected if he used this method to heal his injuries. After all, no matter how much he purified these energies, it did not change the fact that they belonged to many people combined. Even if it was 999 pure, the small amount that is beyond his ability to purify will leave hidden dangers. Unless necessary, he did not want to use this method to heal, since he would have to deal with the consequences afterward. Nevertheless, these life forces could be used for other things. His eyes suddenly turned completely gray, including the white part of his eye, the power of fate observable from them. As he did his divination, the life force that he held in his hand slowly disappeared, used as the price for the calculation. Normally, with his fate puppeteer physique, he did not have to worry about backlash for divination. However, he was not in the best shape currently. A few seconds later, his eyes returned to normal as a serious look appeared on his face. The founder of the unspoken sect is truly a genius. Spending countless eras planning for such a thing. It's a shame that he could not leave to see his plan come to fruition, muttered Wang Wei. Despite his praise, he knew that if the plan of the sect succeeded, his situation would become more dangerous. At the same time, he did not want to just give such an opportunity to fish in troubled times. Furthermore, he discovered that in the past month, his understanding of fate and karma has increased rapidly. The reason was that he was playing chess with this world, weaving the destiny of countless lives and even the world. The more influence Chu Mo and Zhou Shu have in this world, the easier it is for him to comprehend the power of fate. In that case, I need to control the general situation and ensure that their plans are not easily accomplished, at least delay as much possible until I receive my benefit. It would be even better if the sect could find me as soon as possible, so that my safety is guaranteed. After thinking about this, he gave one last glance at the continent before returning to his retreat. He focused on the karma thread that connected him to the sect, trying to connect with them through it. Suddenly, Wang Wei noticed a slight fluctuation in his blood. If it was not for his keen senses, he might not have senses. As he focused deeply on it, he once again caught it, although it was brief. Could it be? Immediately, he focused even more and discovered that someone was trying to track him through his bloodline. Immediately, he focused on strengthening the connection between the other side. He even used the karmic thread that connected him to his family to further strengthen that connection. Heavenly Profound Continent, Blood Menace Prefecture. Chu Mo stood in front of a destroyed sect. Although there was blood everywhere, there were no bodies to be found in the surroundings. With a cold look on his face, he was prepared to leave. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of his system suddenly manifested inside his mind. Ding! The system has recovered some of its function. Opening mission section. Main mission. Conquer the world and devour at least 70% of the cultivator's population. Reward. The coordinate to the Heavenward world. Submission 1. Kill and devour all the demon monarchs. Reward. Based on the individual kill. Submission 2. Destroy as many rank 7 to 9 righteous and demonic sects as possible. Reward. Based on the degree of accompaniment. After seeing this update, Chu Mo frowned for a moment before asking, System, what will happen if I do not do these missions? The host will not receive the rewards. That's all. Yes. Chu Mo was relieved after hearing this. As long as there was no punishment, it meant that he could choose to do these missions or not. Of course, he would not do such stupid things, especially when it comes to the reward of the main mission. In the past month, he has digested a lot of the previous owner's memories. Along with the many sects he destroyed, he knew what Heavenward world meant. This was the possibility of becoming a great emperor and achieving true longevity. No matter how much his lifespan will increase because of cultivation or absorbing it from others, he knew that there was a limit. Only by becoming a great emperor could he truly become immortal. System. What rewards will I get after accomplishing the tasks? Everything from unique cultivation to temper the body, profound energy, and even spiritual power, and even alchemy technique and weapon refining, pills, heaven and earth treasures, and so on. Chu Mo's eyes lit up after seeing this, and his ambitions grew. I will use this world as my stepping stone toward the path of emperor. Chapter 408. Wang Wei's eyes were closed as he was in deep meditation to heal his injuries. In the cracks on his divine sea, altar, and primordial spirit, runes along with a pink flame could be seen. He was using the same method Wu Hong used to seal his injuries and removed them. Additionally, he was also using the origin pill flame scripture to refine his injuries into pills. Since the flame could be used to refine anything into medicinal material, This attempt did work as he was healing faster than anticipated. Wang Wei opened his eyes as he felt his breath more smooth and relaxing. He has to say that the Origin Pill Flame scripture was one of the most unique scripture he had seen, on par with the Origin Path scripture, Wuhang's scripture, and the Ancient Desolate scripture. Most likely, Emperor Danyuan was not a simple person. Once his daily cultivation was finished, Wang Wei took out a few books to read. These books belonged to the heavenly profound continent. He knew that every world and its system has its advantages, so it was beneficial to him to learn from it. And he did find a few spiritual materials whose ability intrigued him, so he took a few. Additionally, he needed to understand this world to create some fortunate encounters for Zhou Shu and Chu Mo. Some of the cultivation techniques that these people will use were created by Wang Wei based on this world's profound path system. While reading all these things, two things really caught Wang Wei's attention. One of them was a secret technique called profound flower condensation. After reading it, Wang Wei immediately realized that this was based on the theory of 3 flowers gather on a crown. The 3 flowers referred to the spirit, qi and essence, or the soul, vitality or energy inside the body, and the fleshly body. The profound flower condensation technique is a way to condense the qi flower inside the body using profound energy. The person who created this secret technique was a righteous path genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Using it, he dealt a devastating blow to the demonic sects and almost annihilated them. Unfortunately, he suddenly disappeared, never to be seen again. There are legends about him leaving the continent in pursuit of becoming a great emperor. However, Wang Wei believed that he was most likely secretly killed because his actions were not favorable to the unspoken sect's plans. Based on this secret technique, Wang Wei planned to develop a way to condense the spirit and essence flowers, then modified the technique to fit his origin essence. These flowers could be considered very important to reach the pinnacle of the 3 treasures of spirit, qi and essence. With it, these things would not only be more powerful but also served as a way to establish a great foundation before comprehending the law. Wang Wei guessed that there may be some cultivation systems out there that utilize them, and these systems should be quite powerful. The other thing that caught his attention was a profession in this world called Divine Master. Although the name sounded quite impressive, it was just another version of Talisman Maker and Array Master combined. It even has some weapon refiners added to it. In this world, the Tao of Talisman is not that developed, most likely because their cultivation system does not deal with the soul until the very later stages. Not just Talisman, but the other professions as well. Then came Divine Masters. They are people who can use runes to borrow the power of heaven and earth. By using their spiritual power to write runes in the air, they can control the fire, wind, thunder, and so on. Additionally, they can also store these powers in jade or spiritual paper. One of the main reasons that Divine Masters are so noble in this world is because they are the only ones who can make space ring and teleportation array. The other professions cannot. Unfortunately, an innate high level of spiritual power is needed to become a Divine Master, on top of talent for understanding and using runes. With this world system that does not focus on spiritual cultivation, the laws of heaven and earth do not really favor talents based on these criteria. So, finding a person with high enough talent to become a Divine Master is very difficult. If it was not because of how vast this continent was, the number of people who had this talent could probably be counted on one hand. If it was back on Earth, in the entire population of more than 7 billion, even one might not be found. What intrigued Wang Wei about this profession was their use of runes to borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the Myriad Emperor world, generally, talisman makers have to reach the divine body realm's heavenly stage to be able to make instant talismans. That's because now they can use the power of heaven and earth. The same applies to array masters. However, the divine masters in this world can do it even without any cultivation. As long as an apprentice has enough talent, they could set up a rune in the air instantly. Of course, their strength is nothing compared to talisman makers since they are using the power of heaven and earth, while the latter is just borrowing the spiritual power between heaven and earth. Nevertheless, their method intrigued Wang Wei as it would be very beneficial to the training of talisman makers in his sect, and eventually, the entire myriad emperor world once he proved the Tao. The other thing that inspired him was the way that divine masters trained their disciples. Through carving rune sculpture. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a plank of wood appeared in his hand along with a sculpting knife. He began to carve. He first started with himself, his parents, then Wu Hong. As he looked at the small wooden figures in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction. With his control over his body, this sculpture could be considered a masterpiece, the pinnacle of what any mortals could achieve. However, they did not have any souls, any intent. And this was on purpose. Once that was done, Wang Wei began to sculpt all the people he has ever met in his life. This included Li Jun, Yen Liling, all the disciples and elders of the sect, and all the heaven chosens he interacted it. And this was not just them, but all the people he has ever met in his life. With his memories where he could remember someone even he glanced at them through the side of his eyes, there were many people. Wang Wei did not even let go of all the people in the heavenly abode world. Because of how vast the world was, he did not meet all of them, but he did meet a great deal of them. Plus, he did not even forget all the animals or demon races as well. With Wang Wei's strength, it took him 3 days to sculpt all of these trillion people and more. However, these carvings still did not have any intent. Nevertheless, he pushed his sculpting beyond the scope of mortal, through sheer repetitiveness and practice. Once he was done, he began to sculpt the sceneries he had seen. This includes mountains, forests, glaciers, volcanoes, and so on. This time focusing on non-living things. This process also took a while as he wanted to be very detailed, to the point of recreating every single grass he ever saw. Just like before, these things only had shape but not the intent. The next step was resculpting all the people he met again. This time, focusing on recreating their essence, their soul. This process requires him to focus deeply to remember these people, while also using his spiritual power, while sculpting. The process was not as fast as possible because it took a greater toll on him when sculpting these people. Plus, he still had to be careful when not to overuse his spiritual power in his injured state. However, as Wang Wei sculpted more people, his eyes become brighter, especially when he began to sculpt the people from the heavenly abode world, and used the grieving souls inside his sea of consciousness as reference. His understanding of karma began to rapidly grow with each sculpture. Additionally, it became easier to block out the crying of these grievances that had begun to act out once again. One day, while he was too focused on a sculpture, he suddenly felt something and raised his head. He was immediately startled when he saw someone standing next to him. "Geez, we have to have some rules that you cannot just appear out of nowhere like this." "There were many signs of my appearance. You were just too focused to notice," replied Wu Hong with a smile. She took a good look at him before saying, "You're in terrible shape." Meanwhile, in the heavenly profound continent, Zhou Shu was in a cave with misty lights surrounding him. A vast quantity of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At some point, a cracking sound came out of his body and he opened his eyes. Finally, breakthrough from the profound king realm to the profound sovereign realm. Without hesitation, he took out a book from his space ring and read the title, How to Become a Protagonist, The Guide to Becoming a Son of Destiny. Despite the long and strange title, Zhou Shu knew that this was the most important fortunate encounter in his memories. It was his only chance at protecting himself and the people he loved in the current turbulent time and unknown future. Chapter 409. Myriad Emperor World, Western White Tiger Continent. Wu Hong appeared in one place, looked in a direction, and waited. A few seconds later, a handsome young man with black and white hair appeared. He looked at her with a frown before sneering. "So, Wang Wei can't accept his loss, so he has to send his woman to avenge him. How weak-minded of him," said Di Tian in a cold voice. "He did not send me. I don't like what you did to him, so I came. Simple as that," replied Wu Hong calmly. "Because your little boy toy suffers, you're going to kill me?" "Boy toy, what a great name. I think you'll use this from now," she muttered softly. "And no, I will not kill you, but I will seal you." She understood that Wang Wei needed a real challenge on his path of emperor, and Di Tian was perfect for that. However, The latter was also too powerful and cunning for the current Wang Wei. So he needed time to grow and learn. And that's exactly what Wu Hong was going to do, buy him time. Di Tian squinted his eyes for a moment after hearing this. With his intelligence, he could guess that he was being treated as a stepping stone for Wang Wei. So, he sneered before returning to calm. He had to say that if there was another woman who ever left an impression on him, it was the Sword Empress and Empress Wu. Of all the battles he had experienced in his long life, they were the two most memorable. I truly wonder what such an existence like yourself is doing with Wang Wei? Playing game? Treating him like a pawn? With his personality, he will be truly devastated when he found the truth. With the same calmness she responded, or he's another chess player. Di Tian once again briefly squinted his eyes as he understood the implication of her words. If Wang Wei was a chess player, then he was nothing but a pawn that had no right to intervene in the game. He might not even be aware of its existence. Di Tian quickly reined in his mind not to think about these kinds of things, as they were not useful for him. All he cares about is reviving his wife. As for other things, he will deal with them later on. For our second battle, I can tell you that things will not go like the first time. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This time, he was prepared to use all his strength, without any restriction or resistance. Second time, muttered Wu Hong as she focused on him. Oh, it's the little devil prince. In some reincarnations, Di Tian looked exactly like his current self, while in others mostly when he was a Buddhist monk, a devil race, and devil cultivator he looked different. After saying this, Wu Hong began to reminisce about her past. The Three-Eyes Prince was the bane of her existence at some point. The reason that her life was so miserable. When the human nobles first wanted to dedicate it to him, she was nothing but a 14-year-old girl, always on the constant run. She had no cultivation and no one to rely on. It was pure luck that she managed to survive the early hunts. Wu Hong could not remember how many nights she spent crying in cold and isolating caves, her small body shivering, starving, and wondering what she did wrong to deserve such treatment. The only thing that drove her forward, that motivated her to keep on living, was because her adopted mother in her home village told her to survive and grow no matter what. In her cultivation career, she took these words to heart. And her misery did not end after she had a fortunate encounter and began to cultivate. Her talent was mediocre in the early stages. Additionally, more and more cultivators were searching for her. Everywhere she went, she had to hear people discussing how she should just accept the prince's invitation, that it was her honor to be favored by him, that she was unworthy and lucky to be chosen. On top of all that, she had to deal with the guilt that her action might lead to increasing the suffering of her fellow human race. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and continued to run, continued to survive even when the entire world was her enemy. When she entered the void-shattering realm and began to display her true talent, she retaliated out of anger, not only on the devil race, but even on the human race. Unfortunately, she had to stop because the devil race threatened to take action against the human mortals. And despite everything, Wu Hong understood that these people were innocent. Most of their actions were the result of their lack of power. After this incident, she decided to hide until the heaven will battle. She left the myriad emperor world to travel to other worlds and even communities. This was possible because of a broken immortal artifacts that she acquired during one of her fortunate encounters. It was because of that weapon that she managed to survive many desperate situations, as it allowed her to enter the space inside and hide even from most quasi-emperors for a short time. Wu Hong knew that the only way to truly change her miserable destiny was by proving the Tao in this generation. That way, she can prove to herself and the world that she was worthy of anything. No one could dictate what she can and cannot have in this world. No one could determine her status in this world, and no one could tell her what her place was. Her journey in the endless void was not just one of gaining power, but also of healing, of knowing herself. In her voyage, she discovered many worlds that were already occupied by the devil race. She witnessed their suffering, their helplessness, their struggle, and their resistance. And many of these worlds were habited by the human race. After this experience, she finally let go of her hatred for what her kind did to her. She understood that it was out of helplessness. And in the final battle with the Devil Prince, she learned a lot about his character and gained a new perspective on the events of the past. She understood that his actions were taken out of context and even interpreted wrongly. Unfortunately, it did not matter. The damage had already been done, and even if it was true, it did not change the fact that they were fated enemies since the prince was an invader. After Wu Hong finished reminiscing about the past, she saw a gigantic black fist headed straight towards Full with the power of samsara. A slight surprise flashed across her eyes. He's only in the primordial spirit realm, yet his attacks are already approaching immortal venerable level. It seems that Wang Wei has his work cut out for him. She waved her hand and a humongous mountain descended from heaven. It instantly crushed Di Tian's attack and headed for him. Di Tian did not back down as 8 glowing emperor artifacts appeared in front of him. Then, the shadow of a world full of floating white clouds appeared behind him. This was a new technique that Di Tian developed after taking away the Yin Soul scripture from Fan Li. He created a world full of souls to sacrifice, so that he can use more power of the emperor artifacts. Wu Hong frowned after seeing this. It seems that I have to use strength of that level. So be it. Many runes appeared on the mountain, and their aura of them suddenly increased. Then, they descended without obstruction. With little effort, Di Tian was sealed. However, soon afterward, many invisible chains appeared around Wu Hong. She looked at them and sighed deeply, before dissipating her projection. Meanwhile, in a world surrounded by countless formations with one Emperor Tier 1 at the core, there was a coffin. The moment Di Tian was sealed, a hand suddenly opened the coffin and sat up. Has the main body been sealed? He muttered as he reviewed the memories inside his mind. Well, at least the situation is better than the worst-case scenario of being killed by her. Di Tian has long anticipated the possible revenge of Wu Hong. However, this clone was not created just because of her. No, it has existed for a long time. Before his first reincarnation, he had great emperors make divination and calculation to prepare. And some of them foreseen that things would not go smoothly for him, so they prepared this world for him just in case. After his third failure in the Heavenwell battle, Di Tian already suspected that something was wrong. So he sent a clone to that world to use its resources to travel to another Heavenwell world, and use some means to reincarnate there. Unfortunately, his plan was foiled by Heavenly Tao, and he only reincarnated in the myriad Emperor worlds. However, each time, he would ask his clones in that world to gather resources and knowledge from other world communities. After the clone left the coffin, he looked in the distance while in deep thought. I do not know why Empress Wu is back in the world, however, if she finds a way to compete for the Heavenwell a second time, the chances of winning are slim. So now, it's time to begin our plans to push our foundation beyond the limit of 9 reincarnation. After thinking about this, the clone began to move by activating the sleepers in otherworld communities. And, for anyone wondering who Fan Li is and the Yin Soul scripture, they appeared in Chapter 242. Chapter 410. Western White Tiger Domain, Demon Putrid Domain. A large mountain suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a fact that baffled not only devil cultivators but also the world. Unfortunately, the D clan took possession of the mountain and set up a formation to surround it and prevent anyone from approaching. For the past few days, the D family has been doing everything possible to unseal their future patriarch to no avail, even going as far as mobilizing all 5 of their emperor artifacts. In the end, they even secretly woke up a few of their Dao ancestors to try to remove the seal. And the answer they got was that it would open on its own when the conditions were met. Although Di Tian was sealed underneath the mountain, he could still communicate using his divine sense, and he could also cultivate. Resources could even be sent to him with no problem. Wu Hong's main objective was not to stifle his growth or something, but to prevent him from interfering with Wang Wei's growth. In some way, leveling the playing field. After all, with Di Tian's intelligence on par with Wang Wei, his overwhelming strength, unmatched experience, and unrivaled information gathering system in the form of the sleeper, competing with him was no longer held difficulty. After taking over the area surrounding the mountain, The D family ensured that news of Dtion's seal did not go out. Meanwhile, Dtion had just ordered his shadow, Dijia, to keep watch on the changes going on in the world, and inform him of anything significant before dismissing her. Dijia looked at him longingly before leaving. Not long after she left, someone came to see Dtion again. Oddly though, this person managed to bypass the formation and entered the small space underneath the mountain where he was sealed. Dtion suddenly opened his eyes that were closed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. His pupil dilated, his mouth slightly opened. Myriad complex emotions flashed across his face in just a few seconds. This was the first time in countless millennia that he displayed so many emotions at once. And an Eininger, is that really you? As he looked at the woman in front of him, he did not dare to believe it was true. He guessed that maybe Wang Wei's illusion still affected him. And deep in his mind he did not mind. He wanted to indulge in it for a little longer. "It's me, but it is not me at the same time," replied Xiaoning. "What do you mean?" asked Dtion as he rushed to hold her in his hand. That touch, it was so similar. How long has it been since he last felt it? Although it was countless eras before, he still remembers it as if it was yesterday, as if it was the first time. "After I die, my desire to see you was strong enough to create this ghost spirit-like existence." "So you are still gone?" replied Dtion as he raised his head to look up, tears in the corner of his eyes. With a single thought, they were extinguished the moment they began to fall. He looked at her again, caressing her hair one more. She looked so real. "Why didn't you come to see me?" "I did," replied Kayapning. "Throughout all your reincarnations, I talked to you in your dreams trying to convince you to give up on me, to forget, to move on. But you never listened. And why would I? You were everything to me. The reason I took a breath every day, the reason I existed." Xiaoning paused for a moment. "Because I do not want to see you in pain. It hurts to watch you constantly suffering, from era to era, from generation to generation. It hurts, and I do not want that. Everything will be worth it once you get to see the world once more," replied Dtion with great conviction. You have to understand that some things are inevitable. Only people who have accepted their destiny would say something like this, and I despise fate. Xiaoning looked at her husband deep in the eyes as if to see his soul. She raised her hand to caress his handsome face. Although he had a few different faces, one thing that never changed ever since that day was his eyes. Full of hatred for the world, full of sadness and loneliness, yet always determined to keep moving forward. "You were always stubborn." After sighing one last time, she disappeared from the room, leaving Dtion with an unquenched longing. After a few seconds, the conviction in his eyes resurfaced, and he returned to his cultivation. In the distance, Xiaoning looked deeply at the mountain before muttering softly, "Do you want to see me again because of our love, or because I have become your obsession?" She did not have an answer, nor did she want to find the truth. So she left silently just like she came. Heavenly profound continent on the sun. Wang Wei was happy to see Wu Hong again. At the same time, he was a little embarrassed. "I did not want you to see me in this state. You know that I don't mind," she replied as she caressed the old wrinkles on his face. His brilliant luscious gray hair had now lost its vitality, and he was skinnier than a bamboo. "I know, but I do." After saying that, he cast an illusion on himself to look like his usual handsome and suave self. "I know that you men are used to hiding your weaknesses, but you do not have to do this with me." "You're right." He dispelled the illusion. Then the two sat down. To be precise, Wang Wei laid his head on Wu Hong's thigh as she caressed his hair as usual. The heat of the sun did not affect the two of them. "So what happened?" she asked. Then Wang Wei told her about the process of breaking through the primordial spirit realm, his battle with Dtion, and how he ended up in this situation. "You've had quite the eventful few years." "Yes, it was. What about you? How is your investigation?" The last time they met in the Dragon Tomb secret realm, she told him that she was going to investigate something. So far, there has been no result and I'm about to give up. If this thing is truly a problem, you deal with it. Wang Wei was speechless after hearing this. Of course, Wu Hong was joking as she would leave a clone there to monitor it. After that, I sent a projection back home to seal DT on. Wu Hong then explained what she did and the reason behind this. And after hearing what happened, Wang Wei did not mind as long as he had a chance to fight DT on again. He had long understood that some people were born with privileges, with advantages over others. And Wu Hong was one of his many advantages in life, so he was more than happy to take advantage of such privilege. This is one of the main reasons that people have Dao companions, and also the reason he wanted a powerful one, to support one another in this long and turbulent cultivation path. Many could argue that this was not fair, but as a cultivator of the Tao of Fate, Wang Wei always knew how unfair the world was, and how unfair fate was. After hearing Wu Hong's explanation, Wang Wei was momentarily in a daze. "What's on your mind?" asked Wu Hong. "I'm thinking Theta Dtian and I are quite similar in some ways." "Oh, how so?" "If something were to happen to you, I would not hesitate to do the same thing to revive you, and maybe even worse." If something were to happen to Wu Hong, Wang Wei knew that he would go crazy. Knowing him, he would not hesitate to tear apart the cycle of samsara to revive her or subvert both the river of time and the river of fate. Truth be told, not just her, but all his friends and family, he would do the same. This is the reason that he made his main objective of cultivating to become free and unfettered. In case something tragic occurred in his life, he will have the ability to either prevent it or revert it without any consequences. "I'm sure you would," replied Wu Hong with a beautiful smile. "However, I can take of myself. Worry about yourself." "True," said Wang Wei while laughing. He always felt carefree and relaxed around her. "In our situation, the most likely scenario is that something happened to me and you have to revive me. Don't worry. As my boy toy, I will not let anything happen to you." "Boy toy? Ha ha ha. I never thought in my life I would be eating white rice." Wang Wei was truly happy as he was always in a tense state recently, so he was happy to relax and chat about all sorts of things with Wu Hong. A few hours later, he suddenly remembered a question he wanted to ask. "Can you tell me about the Duyi realm? I've always wanted to know what it was for." Chapter 411. Duyi Realm? That is the prototype of the Eternal Emperor's Tao Will. Cultivators who enter this state are referred to as Eternal Talent, meaning that they have a higher chance of becoming an Eternal Emperor, replied Wu Hong. However, she could see some confusion on Wang Wei's face, so she further explained. "Do you know the different classifications of great emperors?" "Yes, third class, second class, first class, and eternal." She nodded her head. After absorbing the heaven will, a cultivator will be granted direct access to the source of the Grand Tao. However, there are different levels of comprehension. No matter the person, as long as they absorb the heaven will, they are guaranteed to have 5% understanding of the source of whatever Grand Tao that they cultivate. That's the minimum requirement to become a great emperor. However, based on talent, perception, foundation, and even luck, some cultivators can understand more. Of the ones that understand, 5 to 10% are classified as third-class emperor, 11 to 15% are second-class, and 16 to 20% are first-class. "Does that mean that a higher percentage is an eternal emperor?" asked Wang Wei. "No, 20% is the limit that the heaven will can provide. Furthermore, requires cultivators to rely on themselves, to cultivate without aids. So, to become an eternal emperor, you have to understand 20% of the Grand Tao source and two other things. The first one is to understand the concept of existence. You can think of the concept of omnipresent. This understanding is the reason that eternal emperors are so difficult to kill. As long as their name is written on a single piece of paper, they still exist and can be revived even if their bodies, souls, and Taos are annihilated." Wang Wei nodded as he had some idea of how unkillable eternal emperors can be. As for the second thing that they need, it is to cast their Tao will. After saying that, Wu Hong paused to better gather her mind. "Do you know that great emperors are virtually unkillable?" she asked. "What do you mean? As higher dimensional beings, how could their death be similar to other people? After connecting to the Grand Tao source, they will leave an imprint inside, making them not only immortal but also unkillable. As such, even if their bodies and soul were annihilated without leaving anything, they can still come back to life as long as the imprint still exists, albeit the process will take countless yuan epochs. 1 yuan epoch equals 269 trillion years. Because of this fact, one way to kill a great emperor is to find their imprint and slowly remove it. And this process will also take countless epochs. So, although great emperors are not as unkillable as eternal emperors, they are not normal cultivators. Wang Weisai lit up as he realized why so many people want to become emperor. It was not just for longevity but also for survival. I'm guessing this fact also applies to eternal emperors as well. Of course. I did not know you were so OP. That's why I always tell you to respect this empress. Always at your service, my queen, replied Wang Wei with a smile. To kill an eternal emperor, you have to destroy their body, soul, Tao imprint, and even erase them people's memories, erase their accomplishments in history, and even remove all records of their existence completely. They are truly overpowered. A look of longing appeared in Wang Wei's eyes as he asked. So what does everything has to do with Tao will? One of the main abilities of Tao will is to instantly remove the imprints of great emperors from the source, essentially making them their predator. Are there other ways to kill them? A few, however. The number can be counted in one hand, replied Wu Hong before pausing for a moment to give him some time to digest the information. So the Duyi Ream making easier to cast the Tao will, and increasing the chances of becoming an eternal emperors. Basically, yes. Wang Wei nodded as he began to ponder something. Are you thinking of asking your father to use your 9 nirvana blood qi to enter the Duyi realm as you did? Yes. With his talent, it should not be a problem to become an eternal emperor given the right opportunity. Unfortunately, that won't work, replied Wu Hong. There are 2 ways to enter the Duyi realm. The first and orthodox method is to create a cultivation system. That seems easy. Not really, replied Wu Hong. High-level cultivators can indeed create techniques and so on, but that is only tailored to them. A cultivation system needs to be universal and applicable to a large group of people. Furthermore, the system has to meet a certain standard before being approved and entering the Duyi realm. Indeed, she was correct about that. So, what's the unorthodox method? That's the method you used. Take an already existing cultivation system and push its boundary, go beyond its rules and limitation, and make it unique. Just like you broke through the 13th layer of the Blood Qi realm. To be precise, you created that layer. I'm guessing that this is not the only way to enter. Every time he did something unique to a cultivation realm, the strength of the Duyi realm would also increase in turn. It's just like you guess. For example, Tian entered the Duyi realm because he has 9 divine seas, 9 divine altars, 9 ancient lamps and good fortune flames, and 9 primordial spirit. As for me, it's because I seal the divine sea of others' heaven-chosens into my body. At my peak, I had 3,000 divine seas and divine altars, which was the limit. Wang Wei nodded his head. Having more divine sea did not necessarily mean more strength, as one of them could be vast enough to be equal to the 3,000. However, it would have provided her a vast amount of origin essence, probably unlike anyone before. Additionally, the divine altar will play another role in the void-shattering realm, giving her another advantage. Wang Wei finally understood how she was able to match Tian after 6 reincarnations. So, what do you mean that my 9 nirvana blood qi could not allow my father to enter the Duyi realm? The method of entering the Duyi realm has to be unique. If father-in-law wanted to enter, he could recultivate and enter the 13th layer of body refining realm. However, he had to create a method of his own. Not use yours, otherwise it would not succeed. Wang Wei understood her meaning. For example, both she and Tian used a plethora of divine seas to enter this realm, but they did it with different methods. Tian did it with the Tao of reincarnation, most likely, while Wu Hong did it with the Tao of sealing. So, what's the difference between the orthodox and unorthodox method? There are only 2 main differences. The first one is that the orthodox method takes longer. After creating a cultivation system, it has to spread to a certain number of people before entering the Duyi realm. The second difference is that people who use the unorthodox method have to survive divine punishment thunder. So only people with status or high luck can enter this realm. Wang Wei nodded as he understood what she meant. To survive divine punishment thunder, emperor-level formations or artifacts are required. So only people from emperor lineages have access to such things. So when it comes to cultivators with lower backgrounds, they have to be lucky enough to have acquired emperor artifacts through fortunate encounters. Otherwise, they will be annihilated by heaven. This difference is a manifestation of a person's destiny. Because of luck, fate, or destiny, some people have a natural higher chance of entering the Duyi realm, and thus a higher chance of becoming eternal emperors than others. Fate is truly unfair, said Wang Wei. Yes, some things are destined, replied Wu Hong softly as she remembered the other timeline. There, Wang Wei entered the Duyi realm during the Golden Core realm, when he refined his core 81 times instead of the limit of 9. In the end, he had to enter a forbidden place in the pursuing longevity world, and used it to survive the punishment. However, after that, he was still in great danger, and had to struggle to survive and leave out of there relatively intact. And in this timeline, he did it right at the beginning of his cultivation. Throughout history, so many cultivators do not even know the existence of this realm and have no thought or the ability to enter it. As for the few who do, the majority die under the punishment. While some people, no matter the circumstances, will eventually enter that realm. Wang Wei was deep in thought. He still wanted his father to enter the Duyi realm, so he was prepared to give him some ideas on how he could do that. However, the method of execution would be left for him to figure out. He truly believed that given the opportunity, Wang Tian would be able to become an eternal emperor. As for his mother, he had to accept that her talent was only on par with a first-class emperor, and maybe on the lower end. As such, he had to plan a different path for her. Chapter 412. The main reason that Wang Wei never asked Wu Hong this question was because he wanted to discover the mystery of the Duyi realm on his own. After all, always relying on her was not a good thing. However, after his battle with Di Tian, he wanted to know more about this topic to better utilize during their next confrontations. While thinking about all the information he just received and planning for the future, he suddenly thought of another important question. What about paragons? They should be able to kill great emperors as well? Yes, they can indeed remove the Tao imprints of great emperors. However, the process is not as easy as eternal emperors. However, they have easier methods to kill them. What method? Asked Wang Wei, quite intrigued. Paragons can bend spacetime to their will, so they can just travel to the past and kill a great emperor before they absorb the heaven will and gain access to the grand Tao source. Wang Wei's lips twitched for a moment as he finally understood some of the power of paragons. No wonder they are called the darlings of chaos. What about eternal emperors? Can they be killed that way as well? Well, when it comes to them, things become a little complicated. Both Wu Hong and Wang Wei suddenly raised their heads and looked in a direction. Wang Wei smiled wryly while Wu Hong said calmly, "Well, it appears that with your current strength, this is all the information you can know." Just now, they both felt a warning, just like the first time they talked about paragons back in the academy. Obviously, Wu Hong had talked to match and Wang Wei was not yet worthy to know that much information. Thinking about that grand, mighty, and noble will that was similar but different to heavenly Tao, Wang Wei wanted to know what it was, so he looked at Wu Hong with his eyes. She understood his meaning and used her divine sense to say, "All I can tell you is that that's the true heavenly Tao." Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he had some ideas, however he no longer asked. He immediately began to think about how this thing was able to detect their conversation. It appears to be some form of use of karma. Some words, names, or secrets are enlaced with karma, making it possible for that will to detect anyone who speaks of them. Thought Wang Wei as his mind worked rapidly. Karma, causality, cause and effect. The cause is people learning some deep secrets of the universe. And the effect is that the true heavenly Tao will judge whether these people are worthy to know these secrets, and will most likely warn them, erase their memories, or even kill them. By that logic, I should be able to place a karmic connection to my name, so that every time someone says it or even think about it, I can detect it. As soon as Wang Wei understood this, the character for his name suddenly appeared in front of him. Then a few yellow strings were connected to it. Then he heard a sound. My son, please be all right. Mommy is coming to get you. Mom. Wire, no matter what, hold on. I'm on my way. Dad. This brat is more troublesome than his father. I knew I should have spanked him more when he was little. Wang Chang, if you dare touch my grandson, I'll fight with you. Why are you so excited? Isn't he also my grandson? Wang Wei smiled after hearing these two words as he recognized them as his grandfather and grandmother, Yin Zhaojun. After hearing these few sentences, he only heard a few more murmurs and he recognized them as Li Jun and the others. It seems that only people deeply connected to me can be heard for now. Realizing that his new technique was slowly coming to an end, Wang Wei immediately used this connection to his name to share his location with his family. Meanwhile, in the endless void, a group of people was inside the Star Road map, traveling to different world communities. Suddenly, the main Wang family members suddenly felt something. Was that, Wire, he must have found another way to strengthen the tracking, said Yu Yan with a smile on her face. Let's hurry, ordered Wang Tian. With this new connection, the bloodline tracking spell should finally be able to find his location. Heavenly Profound Continent. Wang Wei woke up from his enlightenment as his understanding and application of karma further deepened. He was now closer to getting rid of his karmic sins. However, he frowned a little. Is there a problem? Asked Wu Hong. Ever since I entered the primordial spirit realm, I've had more than 3 epiphanies in just a few months. Epiphany or sudden enlightenment was not something that cultivators could achieve easily. It requires talent, luck, and sometimes timing. Yet, Wang Wei felt that he could enter this state as long as he concentrated a little. This was odd. Do you think that your paragon quality soul was for nothing? You mean? Yes, it will grant you terrifying comprehension. In the early stages of cultivation, it might not appear as much, however, once you begin to comprehend the law and eventually Dao source, that's when it will become to shine. From what Wu Hong knows, in terms of comprehension, only the innate grand Dao physique and a few other things are on par with a paragon quality soul. Additionally, as Wang Wei becomes stronger and makes up for the quantity of his soul, his comprehension will also be elevated as well. Wang Wei understood why his soul began to manifest its ability now, most likely because it was sublimated into a primordial spirit, changing its essence. I have to leave. My projection won't last long, said Wu Hong. Are you coming back in time for our wedding? Don't worry, I will immediately head back, replied Wu Hong with a smile. Then, she suddenly remembered something. I will find a fate stone for you to fix your proving Dao artifact. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. He had read about the fate stone from the sect's secret archive, however, he knew that this was a very rare material truly difficult to find. Maybe even more difficult than any innate material or chaos material. Currently, his artifact was slowly being repaired in the river of fate that was absorbed in his physique's vision. However, with how badly destroyed it was by Tian, it would take him a great deal of time before returning to its former self. However, with the Fate Stone, he can recast it and make it even more powerful. And as long as it is repaired, some of the backlashes he received when it was destroyed can be healed and alleviate the injury in his Dao foundation. Afterward, the two chatted for a few hours before Wu Hong disappeared. The ends of the endless void, the extremity sea. Wu Hong opened her eyes and looked at the endless gray fog with confusion. During her stay here, she did many experiments on this fog to discover its secret. And so far she only learned a few things. The main thing is that no matter what thing entered inside will be instantly disintegrated. Whether it was any attacks, energy, matter, and even the power of law. To test it out, she found a destroyed world and threw it inside and it was still disintegrated. Wu Hong even went as far as tracking down a Tier 10 void beast and let it inside. It suffered the same fate. The most powerful of their kind void beasts are on par with first-class emperors. There are very few rare members of their kind born from chaotic time energy and grow to be on par with eternal emperors. What surprised Wu Hong was the fact that everything that entered this place was disintegrated except for herself, and she knew it was not because of her power. After coming in contact with the gray fog, she felt nothing. It was like it had become dormant or docile. In the end, no matter what method she used, she could not find its origin or purpose. Even summoning the river of time and browsing through it was useless. In the end, she decided to give up as this seemed to be a futile endeavor. Even the seal she tried to place on it was disintegrated. So, without hesitation, she hopped into her boat and began her journey back home to see her boy toy. It's a shame that she had to make a few more stops to find him the Fate Stone, otherwise she could see him sooner. Not long after Wu Hong left, a figure made of the gray fog appeared. It appeared to be a man. He looked in the direction she left and smiled before disappearing. It was as if he was never here. Heavenly Profound Continent. Ichuemo was flying in the direction of another sect when he heard a sound inside his head. Frowny face ding. Detecting anomaly in the world, generating new mission as counter. Main mission 2. Kill the son of destiny of this world. Reward. The chi luck of said son of destiny. Chapter 413. Chuemo frowned after seeing this mission. System, what does this mean? Although he had a guess, he was not completely sure. The Son of Destiny is essentially the protagonist of this world. Wherever he goes, he will encounter treasures, supreme cultivation methods, and beauties that randomly fall in love with him, replied the system in the cold mechanical voice. Additionally, when in danger, their luck will activate and found a way for them to survive, and even become more powerful because of this. Chumo's eyes lit up after hearing this. If he could become a son of destiny, his cultivation would be very smooth. By then, becoming a great emperor would be guaranteed. If what you say is true, how could I kill a son of destiny? As a transmigrator, Chuemo knew how cockroach-like the survival of protagonists can be. Even if someone 10 realms higher than them comes to kill them, some random old man that the protagonist once thought was a beggar and offered him food will turn out to be a terrifying powerhouse and come rescue him. This is how unreasonable some protagonists can be. The only way is to defeat the protagonist over and over, replied the system. How is that going to work? With each defeat, the system can devour some luck from the Son of Destiny and add to the host. After a certain amount is drained, they will lose their status of Son of Destiny and can be killed. Chuemo nodded his head as this method was very common in the novels he used to read. So where is this Son of Destiny? Exact location is unknown, but the system detected that it was somewhere in the Black Mirror Prefecture. In the righteous sex domain? Muttered Chuemo, with my current strength, can I defeat him? It would be best for the host to enter the profound God realm as soon as possible, and even the peak. Additionally, the host should cultivate the Overlord profound body to a certain level. Chuemo pondered for a moment. He had just broken through from the profound sovereign realm to the profound saint realm, and opened up his sea of consciousness, gaining access and complete control of his spiritual sense. As such, he was still quite some time away from the last cultivation realm, the profound God realm. As for the Overlord profound body, he only got the first 3 levels after extinguishing a few rank 8 demonic sections. If he want to acquire the higher levels, he had to extinguish rank 9 sects, but they have profound God realm cultivators. And the most powerful of them have demon monarchs, who have the power to easily kill most profound God realms. So his best choice of action now is to kill a few more rank 8 sects and devour them to cultivate to the peak of the profound saint realm, and even acquire the resources to cultivate his Overlord profound body. After making a decision, Chuemo rushed to another destination. On the sun, Wang Wei's gaze was fixed on Chuemo for a moment as he muttered, "The destroyer has been set, now what about the savior?" His gaze then focused on Zhou Shu. A few days ago, Zhou Shu opened the book that taught on how to become a protagonist. Fate is all-encompassing, and one of the ways that it controls all living things in existence is through luck. Many cultivators do not believe in luck or think it's just a matter of probability. However, that is not true. Luck is one of the many fundamental concepts that govern reality, that dictates the functions or roles of heaven and earth. As such, It is not only real but also has rules and regulations. There are 3 types of luck: human, earth, and heaven. Human luck is determined by birth and has different classifications. Earth luck refers to luck gathered by a large group of people, often in the shape of sects or fortunate dynasties. Heavenly luck is a special gift granted personally by heavenly Tao, and those with abundant of them are called Son of Destiny. Although each type of luck is different, there is still a connection between, and using that connection. Zhou Shu was fascinated by this book as there were many things he never knew. The concept of luck of even the Fortune dynasty was foreign to him. In this world dominated by sects, no dynasty has ever been so powerful as described in this book. All of them were usually only mortal dynasties. What interested him more was the method of becoming a Son of Destiny. This technique taught how to absorb other people's chi luck or the chi luck of a sect. And once these 2 different lucks reached a certain standard, a deal can be made with heavenly Tao to exchange for the status of Son of Destiny. Immediately, Zhou Shu began to cultivate this technique. The first part was cultivating true vision so that he could see luck. Then was the part about absorbing other people's luck without backlash. Once he was done, he quickly went to rest it out by absorbing the luck of a few ordinary mortals. According to the book, it is best not to absorb all the luck of one person or kill them. Zhou Shu would not make such a mistake because he remembered that in his memories, the person who once received this technique was caught because he could not resist the temptation, and killed the people whom he stole luck from. This event brought great turmoil to the heavenly profound continent, as countless profound gods fought for the ownership of this method. There were even rumors that a person from the demonic sects took in the end. And based on the catastrophe that occurred years later, Zhou Shu believed that it might have been true. After testing out this technique, he returned to a secret base that he built. Inside were many geniuses of the demonic sections. To prepare for cultivating this technique, he sneaked inside their prefecture and caught a few of them. The process was much easier than anticipated as there seems to be some trouble on the demonic side. Countless sects have been killed and destroyed in just a few months. After using his true vision to check, Zhou Shu was satisfied when he saw the Chi Luck Dragon on top of these people. Then he devoured most of their luck before leaving. Immediately afterward, Zhou Shu returned to the Free Heart sect to meet his master. Previously, his sect was only a rank 7 one with a few profound sovereign. As the most talented disciple of the sect, a lot of hope was placed on him to lead the sect to become rank 8. And even rank 9. After a deep talk with his master, the next day, it was announced that Zhou Shu would become the new sect master, while the current one would resign. With his profound sovereign realm cultivation, and such a young one as that, the transferring process was very smooth. Although some people were curious about the hurry, it did not affect the general situation. After taking the position, Zhou Shu used some of his fortunate encounters to cast a luck-condensing artifact to gather the chi luck of the entire sect and bless him and his fellow disciples. 3 months later, with the luck of the entire sect supporting him, Zhou Shu broke through the profound saint realm. Immediately afterward, he began to expand the sect by absorbing smaller ones. He did not even go to the Alliance Center to change the rank of his sect. On the sun, Wang Wei continued his carvings to better help understand karma. Once in a while he would place his attention on his 2 chess pawns. Suddenly he felt something and waved his hand. Then an image was displayed in front of him. Tong Hua was having a meeting with the Supreme Elder. To keep an eye on these people, Wang Wei sent the ant-size recoding artifacts that the sect developed. Supreme Elder, something has gone wrong. A new demonic cultivator has been killing countless people and weakening their sides. The old man frowned after hearing this. In that case, let's also weaken the righteous sect's side. Tong Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding and leaving. While watching all of these, Wang Wei had to sigh that the founder of the unspoken sect was truly an extraordinary person. For countless generations he has planned, treating the entire world as a chessboard for one reason: to artificially create a world lord or Tao ancestor. And how does he plan to do this? To create a catastrophe that threatens to destroy the world. That way, Heavenly Tao will have no chance but to create a savior or world lord to save the world. For countless generations, the upright sect has ensured that the demonic sects become stronger and stronger, while the righteous sect weakened. This is the reason that they killed all the upper echelons of the righteous sect alliance. Because of this fact, Wang Wei tasked Chu Mo with killing as many demonic sects as possible to weaken, or at least, delay as much as possible so that he can buy enough time for his sect to come find him before the World Lord is created. However, now he could feel that they were not far away from this world. So he decided to speed up things a little to achieve his goal of stealing some world source from this world. Chapter 4:14. Wang Wei looked at the wood carving in front of him. It was one of the many mortals that worshipped him in the heavenly abode world. He injected his origin essence into the carving, then it suddenly came alive. A powerful aura on par with the void-shattering realm, or the profound sovereign realm emanated from it. With a glance, he could tell that his carving could generate an attack on par with the aura it released. However, it could only sustain 3 such attacks because the material used for the carving was mostly ordinary. The power of the carving came slowly from Wang Wei's ability, and the fact that he captured the essence of the people he carved. "Did I just come up with a new system of puppeteer?" he muttered. And Wang Wei was partially correct. This kind of carving that relied on spiritual power to function used to be popular in the myriad emperor world. However, after a few era-changing catastrophe, puppeteers in general as a Dao were drastically weakened and many of their techniques were lost. Shaking his head to remove these distracting thoughts from his mind, Wang Wei took out an enormous rock the size of a mountain from one of the prefectures, and with it, he slowly began carving out something. Previously, he was only carving the people he knew and the things he saw individually, and with their essence. But now he was combining everything to form a whole, to form a complete picture. And as he carved the individual people, in different sceneries, locations, or situations, his eyes began to clearly distinguish the karmic bond between all of them. The more he carved, the deeper his understanding of karma became. As such, he entered a state of forgetfulness. Everything else in the world did not matter to him, only his carving. With such deep concentration, his carving skills drastically improved, his understanding of these people and things deepened. And in return, so was his comprehension of karma. Wang Wei did not know how long he was in this state, or how many more stones he took to continue his carving. When he woke up from his trance, his carving that he called World of Karma was only a quarter of the way done. Immediately afterward, his aura changed. The visible red hue and horrible stench were all gone. It's not that he removed them, but with his current understanding, he can properly hide them and ensure that they do not affect his life. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he was closer to removing this burden on his shoulder. Then he focused his attention on the people below. The main reason that he woke from his enlightenment was that his spirit particle warned him that something important that required his attention was happening. Zhou Shu sat in the middle of a large empty room with a circular rune written on the floor of the house. The breath of the profound God realm emanated from his body. In just a short 5 years, he already reached the highest cultivation possible in this world while also gathering enough luck to become the son of destiny. Thinking about what happened in the past few years, Zhou Shu had to sigh. The world was in chaos as the demonic sect began its conquest. A new genius suddenly appeared out of nowhere, killed a few demon monarchs, and conquered the others. Then he began his conquest. Prefectures after prefectures have fallen. With his current strength, Zhou Shu has now become one of the leading figures in the righteous sect's resistance. Unfortunately, he was no match for the demon lord. Even when the latter was besieged by countless people of the righteous sect, a lot of people were killed while the rest fled with heavy injuries, including him. Hopefully, once I become a son of destiny, things will change. After activating the formation, a Chi-Luck dragon with 7 colors appeared in the room. However, only one of the 7 colors was vibrant while the others seemed dull or gray. Zhou Shu's luck had reached the 1 color of the 7 rainbow color Chi-Luck. A few minutes later, another Chi-Luck dragon appeared. This one had 2 colors. This was the earth luck that Zhou Shu gathered the past few years. Once all the preparations were finished, Zhou Shu prepared for the final test. Soon he found himself standing in a dark space with scattered lights that looked like stars. The space seemed infinite, yet, Zhou Shu did not care about that because of what was in front of him. a gigantic eye, an eye that seemed to fit this infinite space. It was as if the very existence of this eye turned this infinite realm into a finite one. Zhou Shu could feel that this eye was scanning him, learning everything, all of his secrets. Whether it was his body, soul, or his history, he felt that this eye could see through it. For a moment he was worried. Although this eye looked cold and callous without showing any emotions, Zhou Shu felt that it paused for a moment before checking him a few dozen times. After what felt like an eternity, the two Qi Luck Dragon appeared in this suffocating space, fused into 3 colors. Then the character for heaven suddenly appeared, full of majesty and nobility. A light came from the character and instantly, the new Qi Luck Dragon added another 2 colors to make 5. The character of heaven entered the Qi Luck Dragon's body and disappeared. Finally, the gigantic eye disappeared, and Zhou Shu returned to his previous room. What the two things failed to notice was that something slipped off from Zhou Shu's body and disappeared into the infinite space. Finally succeeded, muttered Zhou Shu. And on the sun, Wang Wei was saying the same thing. It seems that the heavenly Tao of this world suspected something, but did not find it. Of course, Wang Wei knew that it was only because this was a great thousand world. Back in his world, he would not be able to act so recklessly. A few seconds later, a frown appeared on Wang Wei's face as he remembered something that he overlooked before. His black Qi Luck. At first, he thought that it was the result of entering the Duyi realm since he acquired it right after. However, from what he summarized in his previous talk with Wu Hong, people who enter the Duyi realm have regular Qi Luck, so where did this anomaly come from? Thinking about this now, a few things that happened in his life are not quite normal. For example, many times in his life he was attacked by Heart Devil, which only happens to cultivators in the primordial spirit realm. The first time it happened to him, he was just a mortal that had no cultivation whatsoever. Then there was his last fight with the Wrath of Heaven. Some anomaly also occurred during this fight as he felt that this battle was more than a simple trial to temper him. It was like it had a deeper meaning, deeper significance. Let's not think about these things that are out of my understanding and strength, he muttered to himself before focusing on the heavenly profound continent. The first major step of his plan has come to fruition with Zhou Shu. Now, all he had to wait for the right moment. Then he focused on Chu Mo and once again frowned. Chu Mo's strength is too high compared to Zhou Shu. For my plan to work, they have to be relative to one another. Should I increase his strength? After thinking about it for a moment, he decided otherwise. As a new son of destiny, he could foresee that Zhou Shu will have countless fortunate encounters from now on to rapidly increase his strength. So Wang Wei decided to wait and see. And maybe he could get a few good things from Zhou Shu. After that, he focused on the people of the unspoken sect. Their plans seem to be on track, however. Chu Mo's rise as the new demon lord has added too many variables and made them uncertain. As a son of destiny, Zhou Shu should be the person with the greatest chance to become a world lord. So should I use this opportunity to take that Dao Source seed? If I use my cards correctly, it may not be impossible. Wang Wei then began to plan out possible ways to achieve his goal. The fact that Heavenly Tao might have noticed something with Zhou Shu made him more careful. After making some preliminary decisions, he observed Zhou Shu's every move. He wanted to gather more information on the Son of Destiny and increase his understanding of Qi Luck. Not only because of his ability to become a Son of Destiny, but because he had an inspiration. If things went smoothly, it would greatly help him when he creates his fate incarnations. Chapter 4:15. Chu Mo looked at the young and suave young man opposite him who was filled with righteous temperament. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a hero destined to save the world. He gritted his teeth as he cursed out loud. Damn you, Zhou Shu! How many times do I have to defeat you? Chu Mo was truly frustrated as he finally understood the meaning behind the words Son of Destiny. In the past few months, he has killed a few demon monarchs and conquered the others using his overwhelming strength. Then, he finally began his conquest of the world with so many people under his command. At first he did not notice Zhou Shu's existence. His main enemy was Tong Hua. the sect master of the Unspoken sect and the current leader of the newly established Righteous Alliance. Only with her working together with the other upper echelons, which also included Zhou Shu, did they barely manage to slow down the advancement of the demonic sections. However, not long after their constant confrontation, Chu Mo received notification from his system that Zhou Shu was identified as this world's son of destiny. Then, he finally understood how aggrieved villains are when facing protagonists. Despite his overwhelming strength, despite targeting Zhou Shu personally, the latter always finds a way to escape. Whether it was through the others always doing their best to protect him, some old profound god realm that suddenly popped up out of nowhere to save him, to Chu Mo accidentally not using enough force when he wanted to. In conclusion, it was very difficult to kill Zhou Shu. Additionally, every time he escapes from his hand, he became even more powerful. A bloodlight surfaced on Chu Mo's body as an intense bloodlust overcame him. With absolute speed, he bypassed all the leaders of the Righteous Alliance heading straight to Zhou Shu, and punched him with all his strength. There was only one thing inside his mind: to eliminate the only true hindrance in his path. Bang! Crack! A shield suddenly appeared to protect Zhou Shu. However, the protection was as thin as a piece of paper in front of this attack. So his ribs caved in after being punched and he was sent flying away. Immediately afterward, Chu Mo's face became very ugly to look at. And that was because after flying over a range of mountains, Zhou Shu suddenly disappeared out of nowhere. He knew what that meant. This guy probably accidentally entered another secret realm, which will not only heal him, but also give him other benefits. System, can you find the secret realm and how to enter it? Host, with the current level of the system, this is not possible. Chu Mo was not surprised by this outcome since this is not the first time he asked and received the same answer. What about his luck? Have I absorbed enough of it to kill him? Ding, calculating, Zhou Shu still holds the title of Son of Destiny. Chu Mo sighed out loud as he knew that he still could not kill the so-called protagonist. If this was a novel, readers would have rioted by now because of this cockroach antagonist. He then proceeded to continue his conquest. On the sun, Wang Wei sat cross-legged with a sphere in front of him made of different runes. Inside the sphere was a bright red flame that seemed to be absorbing energy from the sun. With this formation, it should not be long for me to breed a true young flame with that flame seed. After that, a holographic image appeared in front of him showing Zhou Shu's situation. He was crawling on the floor, leaving a blood trail behind him. His face was contorted as he gritted his teeth to drag his body towards the green pool that was not far from him. His intuition was telling him that this was the only way to save him. This is, muttered Wang Wei as he looked somewhere else in this secret realm. He could already tell that this green pool had little effect on his injury, so ignored it, focusing on other things inside. His eyes then focused on a golden carriage exuding Dao rhymes and innate qi. An innate treasure, thought Wang Wei with a little excitement. In the past few months he watched Zhou Shu acquire many fortunate encounters, but only a few caught his attention. One of his objectives for creating this Son of Destiny was to either found something that could heal his injuries or something to remove his karmic sin. Unfortunately, he only got a few interesting things, none related to his objective. And the one with the greatest value was a heavenly flame called Nether Ghost Flame. He planned to absorb it once his injury healed, and with this flame being Yin in nature, it should help further strengthen his foundation and cultivation in the Yin God stage. And after acquiring that flame, Wang Wei had the idea of cultivating a true Yang flame to help him in the Yin-Yang reverse stage of the primordial cultivation realm, and even accelerate his cultivation in the Yang God step. Using the spirit particle inside Zhou Shu, Wang Wei immediately checked the innate treasure and briefly analyzed it. Something is wrong, he thought after he was done. This was an innate treasure that could travel to other world communities. This kind of treasure is very rare, and Wang Wei only knew the existence of two of them. One from his sect and the other one was in his wife's hand. This level of innate treasure would require a great deal of world source to breed in a post-innate qi environment. There is no way that a great thousand world can easily give birth to this kind of treasure. Since he knew that something was wrong, Wang Wei took action. He sacrificed thousands of years of life force gathered from Chu Mo to calculate the cause and effect of this treasure. Blood spilled out of his eyes as the power of karma flashed across them. His calculation was beyond the scope of his injured state. Nonetheless, he did not stop as he sacrificed more life force. So that's how it is. He was a little surprised by what he calculated. This world is a chess game of the heaven-will world of this community called the beginning profound continent. Not just it, but many other worlds that have been discovered. The powerful emperor lineages of the beginning profound continent would set up catastrophe in these great thousand worlds. Then when the time arrived, someone from their lineage would appear as savior, receive the aid of heavenly Tao to become world lords or Tao ancestors. Essentially, artificially manufacturing Tao ancestors. And this process did not only occur once. This world has undergone a few eras, and according to Wang Wei's calculation, the end of each era is the result of these lineages setting a worldwide catastrophe and making a Tao ancestor. The process will usually end in the lives of countless trillions of people dying, the civilization of the world almost destroyed, and the end result might not even succeed. Nevertheless, afterward, whether they succeed or not, they would restart civilization by spreading lost knowledge of cultivations to the people and so on. For countless generations, after the source of the world recuperate from the previous loss because of either creating the Tao source seed, or because the world was almost destroyed, they repeated the process again. Wang Wei sighed after discovering this. As he cleaned the blood from his face, his gaze focused on the unspoken sect. The so-called founder or ancestor of their sect is someone from the upper realm sent after the last catastrophe to set everything up for the next harvest. Even Tong Hua is also from the upper realm upright sect who was sent to receive this generation's Tao source seed. However, some of her memories were sealed to evade heavenly Tao. As for how this innate treasure comes into all of this explanation, well, after being milked dry time after time, heavenly Tao has begun to notice some anomalies. And this chariot is the counterattack that it prepared. Wang Wei guessed that it wanted someone to use this chariot to take all if not the majority of the population, leaving an empty and deserted world to the people of the unspoken sect. This world's heavenly Tao seems very petty in the way it functioned, thought Wang Wei. He was not surprised by this fact as he knew that the laws of heaven and earth of each world operated differently, let alone worlds in different communities. A perfect example of that is the fact that back in the Myriad Emperor world, as long as a normal cultivator killed a large number of devil cultivators, they would receive some merit, albeit small but still merit. And the more devils they kill, the more merit. However, in this world, the same fact did not apply. It did not matter how many demonic cultivators were killed, no merit would be granted by heaven. After removing these distracting thoughts from his mind, Wang Wei focused on the chariot. He did not immediately take it away as he knew that heavenly Tao might be paying attention to it. He would wait for a later day to do so since he already placed a backhand in the space ring that Zhou Shu was using. As long as he placed it inside, Wang Wei can sneakily take it away. And even if he refined the treasure, he can still use the spirit particle to gain control of it. As for the ramification of his actions regarding the lives of the people of this world, well, Chapter 416. Wang Wei did not care about the fate of the people in this world. Although that sounded very cruel, however, recent events have taught him that the world is unfair, and few people or things can control their fate. In the current situation, there is little he could do. His strength was not enough to fight an entire emperor lineage. As for involving his sect in this conflict to intervene in the current chess game, he would not place them in such a dangerous situation. The Tao opening sect was far away, so fighting with the unspoken sect which has a home advantage will be extremely difficult, especially when the benefit was not worth it in the long run. Although the beginning profound continent is a pure energy cultivation system, meaning that the great emperors and Tao ancestors of their sect are generally weaker, there is still the possibility that some heaven-defying genius will appear and become an eternal emperor. Additionally, if they have been doing this kind of world calamity across multiple great thousand worlds for countless eras, the number of Tao ancestors that they have in their sect might be even higher than the Tao opening sect. Plus, Wang Wei did not know the exact number of great emperors in the unspoken sect, adding more variables to the situation. So, involving his sect is not a solution. In conclusion, the golden chariot can bring him a lot of benefits to his future path of cultivation, so he will take it without remorse. As for the karma of taking that chariot, which is considered the hope of all the trillion of people in this world, Wang Wei did not care. He already discovered that the laws of karma of this world are not as rigid as back in the myriad emperor world. Hence the reason that the upper realm can so easily get off doing such nasty nothing. Because of this situation, Wang Wei guessed that the laws of heaven and earth of each community might be slightly different. Furthermore, even if the laws of karma wanted him to pay for his actions, with his current understanding, it is still possible to shift the blame to Zhou Shu, making it seem that he was responsible for losing the chariot and not being able to save all living beings. After making a decision, Wang Wei focused his gaze on Zhou Shu, who was healing inside the pool he discovered in the secret realm. He used his finger to draw a rune in the air. The process was fast and he drew it in one breath. Once he was done, the rune condensed into a square talisman that looked like well-carved jade. However, right after finishing, his face became a little pale, so he quickly absorbed some more life energy. With this talisman that has at least 20% of my strength, Zhou Shu should be able to borrow my power to fight Chu Mo. For his plan to work, these two have to have a certain level of strength. Unfortunately, Zhou Shu has been quite disappointed in the past few months, so Wang Wei has to take action to help him. With a wave of his hand, the talisman disappeared before appearing in a noticeable corner of the secret realm. Then Wang Wei returned to his daily activity. In the past few months, he has been doing 3 things: cultivating the true yang fire, and continuing his carving to deepen his understanding of karma. He could tell that once he was done, he might be able to eliminate all the sins in his body and develop many techniques related to karma. And the last thing in his daily schedule has been to review his battle with Defying. Each time he reviewed them, he could learn something new, whether about himself or his opponent. In the last review, Wang Wei discovered something odd. In one of his attacks, he used all the power of his fleshly body. When throwing a punch works several quintillion gene of force, for a brief moment, he saw something. Because he was too focused on the battle, he did not pay attention. But while reviewing his memory, he realized that he saw an illusory gate. Albeit brief and fading, it existed. After sitting cross-legged, Wang Wei begins to review his memories once again. After focusing on that punch, he saw the gate once again. It looked like a very ordinary but old purple door. However, an ancient aura that seems to exist across space and time emanated from the door. After taking a deep look at the door, a message suddenly appeared inside Wang Wei's mind. The Gate of Power. Is that this gate's name? Power. Could it be related to cultivating the fleshly body in general, or something related to the ancient desolate body refining scripture? From Defying's words, he guessed that this scripture might have some other secrets. And most likely, it has something to do with this gate. He then tried to find more information regarding the gate, but ended up in failure. Besides the name, he knew nothing more. Even after reviewing some knowledge he read from the sect's secret archive, he did not find anything. Nevertheless, he was not disappointed, as he knew that he only read a small portion of the archive. Plus, not all secrets or knowledge are stored there. Some things simply cannot be written down, and have to be passed down from generation to generation through words of mouth. So his father, grandfather, or some old monster in the sect might know something about it. Additionally, Wang Wei guessed that if he could recreate that punch, he should be able to see that gate once more. Unfortunately, this was not possible in his current state. Time quickly passed. A week later, Zhou Shu had healed his injuries and placed his imprint on the golden chariot, signifying that he has achieved a preliminary refinement of this innate treasure. However, he did not care about all of this. His focus was on the talisman that he discovered. As felt the power flowing through his veins, Zhou Shu became excited and immediately went to challenge Chu Mo again. The past few months have been a nightmare for him. As a son of destiny, he was constantly defeated by one person, always having to rely on luck to barely survive. He had to avenge this humiliation. Then a legendary battle took place between these two. The space was broken, the earth trembled for days, Mountains were flattened, rivers and oceans burned, and so on. Although these two cultivated a pure energy system, the intensity of their clash and power even affected the laws of heaven and earth. As long as the energy is intense and high quality enough, it is possible to overwhelm the fundamental laws that make a world. Meanwhile, in the sun, Wang Wei watched all of this calmly. During the entire battle, he was deeply focused and blended with heaven and earth. He felt a powerful consciousness using a wonderful power or source of energy to stabilize the entire world during these two battles. If it was not for that power, the destruction level of these two would have destabilized the entire world, leading to catastrophic results. As Wang Wei felt heavenly Tao repairing the damage of these two fightings, the spirit particle that he left at the core of the world secretly stole the power that it was used to heal the world, albeit a very small part of it. Wang Wei held a blue sphere in his hand. Despite the spherical shape, the thing appeared to be liquid instead of solid. Is this the world source? This was his plan all along. When Zhou Shu became a son of destiny, he left one of his particles at the core of the world. Then, ensure that the power of these two reached beyond the normal scope of the profound gods of this world. That way, when they fight, heavenly Tao will have no choice but to use the source of the world to repair the damage of their battle. And he can take this opportunity to steal some of the sources with his spirit particle. Without hesitation, he absorbed the blue liquid. In an instant, Wang Wei's body, which was as skinny as bamboo, returned to his normal self. His well-defined muscles full of power were back, along with his elastic skin. However, he still looked like an old man that was about to die of old age. But an ordinary old man instead of an old demon that seemed that he would drink people's blood at any time. Nevertheless, Wang Wei knew that he was not fully healed. He could still see cracks on all the cells of his body, signifying that his fleshly body foundation was still injured. He immediately began to repair it. However, as soon as he had the idea, his intuition warned him that it would be best for him to leave it that way. How could repairing my injury be harmful to me? Unless breaking before standing? He realized that this might be an opportunity for him. Suddenly, he felt something and looked in the sky. He could feel that his connection to his father was very clear, most likely in the world community closest to this one. As such, it should not be long before they arrived in this community and turned this world. It won't be long before he returned home. With a smile on his face, he returned to doing his things while continuing to steal more world sources. Chapter 417. Wang Wei began to focus on his creation of the three crowns technique. Based on the profound flower condensation technique, he already knew how to create the Qi crown. Now he had to create the way to make the spirit and essence crown. From what he understood, these crowns are a way to sublimate the foundation and make it more perfect, and this should apply to almost all cultivation systems. The reason for that is all systems can be divided into the three categories of essence, spirit, and Qi or body, soul and energy. At some point, all cultivation will involve these three. For example, the origin system involved all three of them. Cultivators usually begin with essence by strengthening their bodies in the body refining realm, and later in the divine body realm. In the second and third realms of that system, origin Qi is created. As such, the system begins to involve Qi. And even in the fourth realm, origin Qi is sublimated into a higher form of energy, origin essence. However, in that same realm, cultivators began to develop their soul and sea of consciousness, meaning that the system now involved the spirit aspect. And this continued all the way to the primordial spirit. After all, in the divine body realm, cultivators still have to temper their mind and spirit. Even the profound system of this world followed a similar premise. For most of the cultivation systems, they focused on Qi and its sublimation. However, in the profound saint realm, they also begin to follow the spirit aspect. While creating this technique, Wang Wei realized that the concept of the three crowns was a perfect addition to the origin system. And it did not have to be an entirely new realm. The Qi crown could be created during the supernatural realm, the essence crown in the divine body realm, and the spirit crown during the primordial spirit realm. That way, a perfect foundation for the law could be created. After thinking about it for a moment, He guessed that his ancestor did not encounter a cultivation system that had these crowns during his travel, and while he was created this system. However, he should have known about it after becoming an eternal emperor, and doing something about it. Wang Wei shook his head since he could not get an answer to this question. So he focused on the task at hand. To create any of the flowers only requires a cultivator to comprehend the essence, the core, or the nature of the three crowns. What is qi? What is its origin? What is spirit or essence? How does it affect the individual and the world? Once that comprehension reached a certain level, a cultivator can resonate with heaven and earth. And this is not the end. From what Wang Wei remembered, the theory of the three crowns went something like this. 3 flowers gather on a crown and 5 qi towards the origin. Everything in the universe is created from the 5 elements and the revolution of yin and yang, which includes the body. By absorbing pure 5 elements energy from heaven and earth, it is possible to increase a person's origin or their natural talent and foundation of cultivation. Hence the theory of 5 qi towards the origin. When refining his organs, Wang Wei has already absorbed 5 elements of energy into his body. However, he does not yet understand the concept of origin and how to improve it. However, after a little research back in the sect, he should be able to discover something and accomplish the task of 5 qi towards the origin. After nodding his head in satisfaction, he returned to his daily carving and study of karma. Meanwhile, Zhou Shu and Chuemo never stopped their constant fighting, and each time, Wang Wei would benefit by stealing a little world source. He did not get greedy but stole a small enough amount not to be discovered. However, with the repeated battles, the small amount begins to aggravate. Unspoken sect. In a secret realm that had so many formations inside at the level of quasi-emperors, that even if Wang Wei was at his peak state, he would not be able to detect anything. The Supreme Elder and Tong Hua stood in front of a formation that was square in shape. Usually, the Supreme Elder would stand in front of Tong Hua, but this time it was the opposite. He stood behind her with his head slightly lowered. Her entire demeanor and aura had changed completely. She was cold and indifferent, and a dignified air surrounded her. Obviously, she had regained her memories. The formation in front of them lit up before 2 people suddenly appeared. An old man and a young man. The old man had long white hair but no beard and was dressed in plain black robes. The young man had a blue robe with a free and easy smile on his face, making people easily get close to him. Great Elder Yang, young master, bowed Tong Hua. Aunt, there is no need to be polite between us, said the young man named Tong He. Status has to be respected, replied Tong Hua. So for what reason do you ask for help? Asked Great Elder Yang. Something went wrong with this generation's plan, said Tong Hua. Someone else became the son of destiny. And we believe that it is most likely because of an extraterrestrial demon. What makes you say that? Tong Hua then waved her hand to display a recording of Wang Wei's attack once he arrived in this world. Based on the aura he displayed, his aura is entirely different from the profound system. So he is most likely from a world in our community with an entirely different system, or from another world community. And ever since he arrived in this world, things have gotten out of control. I even suspect that the new demon lord is related to him. Great Elder Yang nodded as he reviewed all the information that Tong Hua provided for him. When he arrived at the part of the true Yang formation that was placed on the moon, his eyes squinted as he muttered. Law. This person is in the profound law realm? I do not know for sure. However, it is a fact that he borrowed the power of law to set up such a formation. The Great Elder nodded his head before saying, When is the next battle between the Demon Lord and Zhou Shu? Based on their previous pattern, it should be in a couple of days. I need to verify something, then we can take our next course of action. A few days later, Zhou Shu and Chuemo fought once more. However, this time, a secret pair of eyes were observing them in the shadow. Elder, did you find something? Yes, young master. Someone is using their clash to secretly steal some world source. The method used seemed quite clever. Although he did not find the exact method, he still could guess. Since their sects have played with countless worlds, they have a great understanding of sources and so on. So he was able to catch Wang Wei's actions. So what do we do now? asked Tonghe. Let's go pay our foreign guests a visit. Great Elder Yang broke the space and teleported the two to the sun, releasing all his aura to instigate his arrival. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the uninvited guests in front of him, and he was slightly surprised by what he saw. He felt the power of law from this old man, along with very deep profound energy. Immediately, he realized what was going on. The profound God realm of this world was equivalent to the supreme realm back home. However, the realm this old man was in is equivalent to the quasi-emperor realm. And this realm requires understanding and controlling the law. And since Great Thousand World could not give birth to the so-called quasi-emperor existence, the heavenly profound continent did not have the method of reaching that realm, nor the ability to do so. Most likely, the person who created the profound system did it on purpose to weaken all the worlds in the community and ensure the supremacy of the beginning profound world. Another example to back this theory is the young man accompanying this old man. Wang Wei can see that he is only in the profound Grandmaster realm, but his profound energy is extremely pure, even granting him battle prowess to some weak profound gods. And this is not because this guy is some extraordinary heaven chosen that can skip countless realms to do battle. No, the only reason he is so powerful is that the cultivation technique he used is miles better than the ones the other people used. Obviously, this was a form of hoarding knowledge to benefit some people. Wang Wei looked at these people before looking down at the continent. He already guessed the reason these people came to see him. And after mulling it over a while, he sighed and made a decision. It seems that the game is about to end. It's time for me to leave. He waved his hand to remove the formation and invited them in. Chapter 418. Great Elder Yang had a serious look on his face after seeing Wang Wei. With his ability, he could tell this old man's root bone was only 1,000 years old, and the reason he appeared as such was because of lifespan overdraft. 1,000 years was not long, even in the beginning profound continent, since profound law realm powerhouses could live for more than 100,000 years. This meant that this person belonged to the younger generation, and might be some heaven chosen of some family. Of course, what shocked him the most was the latter's strength. "Young master, we are in deep trouble," said the great elder through divine sense communication. Without any change in his face, he replied, "What do you mean?" Unlike the people of this world, the heaven chosen of the beginning profound continent can open their sea of consciousness in the profound master realm, tier 4. This person's strength is enough to instantly kill the two of us? What? Then what do we do? Be prepared to use the teleportation runes that the sect gave you to save your life, and I will buy you enough time. Before that, we will try not to conflict with him. What about the mission we came here for? Let's see how the situation plays out. Then something appeared on Great Elder Yang's forehead. It was a dragon coiled in a circle. In the middle of the circle were 6 vertical stripes. Yang Yi, Unspoken Tao Sect, Beginning Profound Continent. I have seen fellow Taoist. After seeing the mark on the person's forehead, Wang Wei quickly recognized what it was. It was something he learned from the sect's secret archive. This mark was referred to as Tao lineage mark, and it was invented as a way for people from different heaven will to identify the fact that they were from emperor lineages. This way, it was easier to know each other's identities and avoid creating enemies for their relative sect, and also a way to show a person's background and brag at the same time. "Tonghe, young profound master of the Unspoken Tao sect," said the young man while also showing his mark. Wang Wei nodded his head as he remembered the way to create the mark. The most common method is to connect to the sect's chi luck to manifest the mark. Then, a dragon also appeared on his forehead. However, he had 9 vertical stripes in the middle unlike the other 6. A Wang Wei, sacred son of the Tao opening sect, myriad emperor world. And as soon as Great Elder Yang saw the 9 stripes, his eyes squinted slightly as he knew that the background of the opponent might be better than theirs. Unlike the myriad emperor world, the sects in the beginning profound continent are very active in the endless void. So Great Elder Yang knew that although not all of them, many heaven will had a 9 emperor curse to balance the overall development of the world. As such, 9 emperors is the limit that some sects can reach. And there are only 2 ways for this curse to be lifted. One is to have a terrifying heaven chosen that forcefully breaks the curse and becomes their sect's 10th emperor. Or wait until 9 other sects cultivate 9 great emperors. Then heavenly Tao will remove the curse and allows for fair competition. Wait, young master. You said that you're from the Myriad Emperor world? That's correct. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. The Myriad Emperor world is one of the most powerful heaven-will worlds in the endless void with the 3rd most number of eternal emperors. To be precise, they are tied for 2nd place with 8. And there are rumors that they have given birth to even more, but many of them died or erased their existence from the world for some reason. On top of all that, Great Elder Yang knew that 3 of their eternal emperors, the Sword Empress, the Absolute Beginning Emperor, and Empress Wu, have accomplished things that affected all worlds in the endless void. The name of these people is forever remembered by many heaven-will worlds across many world communities. Although in recent years, the Myriad Emperor has adopted a closed-door policy and rarely interacted with other world communities, they are still famous. I have heard the name of Sword Empress, the Absolute Beginning Emperor, and Empress Wu. Huh? I never knew that our founding ancestor was so famous. Wang Wei was not lying. He could guess the previous 2 were famous because of what they did to Buddhism and the devil race. However, he did not know why the Sword Empress was so famous. He decided to check it out when he returned. Founding ancestor? The Sword Empress. Great Elder's lisp almost twitched when he heard that, as he realized he might have kicked an iron bucket. Young Master Wang Wei, it's not that I don't believe you. But Wang Wei nodded his head. Then the Dao lineage mark appeared on his forehead again. This time, however, 2 of the stripes had stars on them. Both Great Elder Yang and Tong He almost fainted when they saw this. 1 sect, 2 eternal emperor. They knew that the Dao lineage mark could not be fake, so this person was truly from such a sect. To them, this was truly a shock to their world views. In the entire history of the beginning profound continent, excluding the events that occurred before the era of strife, also called the Null Era, only 1 eternal emperor has ever been born in their world. And they knew that in some heaven will, no eternal emperors have never appeared. This means, in the trillion upon trillion years of history of these worlds, not a single individual managed to become an eternal emperor. But now, they met a sect that has 2 of them. Great Elder took a deep breath internally to calm down. Could it be that the sect behind him is intervening in this community? He thought to himself. No. Based on his current situation, he obviously is the heaven-chosen cultivated to become this generation's emperor. Such a powerful sect would never allow their geniuses to be in such a terrible shape of lifespan deficiency. So, that only means that it might be an accident for him to come here. This could explain why he was stealing world source, most likely to heal his injuries. After thinking about all of this, he managed to calm himself down somewhat, so he continued his train of thought. The Myriad Emperor world in general has been in great decline for a long time, to the point of completely removing their presence on the world stage of the endless void. Even if they wanted to make a comeback, it would be in their best interest to start with a world community closer to them. So this kid is very likely waiting for his sect to come to pick him up. In conclusion, the mission of the sect should be able to be completed. Even if the Dao opening sect intervened in this world, our sect still has the home advantage and can deal with them. Plus, if everything else failed, the sect can still ally with other sects to fight them. After all, no heaven-will world would allow others to easily intervene in their community. And if all that fails, we can just give them this world as a last resort. After all, there are thousands of worlds in that level in this community. All these thoughts flashed across Elder Yang's mind in less than a second. He then cupped his hand before saying, "Forgive me, young master, if I have insulted you. I have to be careful." Wang Wei nodded to him to indicate that he did not mind. He already guessed the reason these 2 people came to see him. Nothing but to stop him while the other people of the unspoken sect dealt with Zhou Shu. For their plans to work, the status of the Son of Destiny can only be in their hands, no one else. And that's because the Son of Destiny is the person with the highest chance of receiving the Dao Source Seed from Heavenly Dao. Unfortunately, after these people met him, they realized that they were not his opponent, so they began to use their status to put pressure on Wang Wei. After all, He was on their turf and a long way from home. After figuring things out, he decided to give up on Zhou Shu. Although he could kill these two or imprison them, however, what about the sect behind them? What if they already prepared in case something happened to him? Wang Wei was not foolish enough to fight any emperor lineage on his own, especially in his current state. So he made the rational decision to give up on Zhou Shu and stopped his plan. However, he did not give up on Chu Mo as he had more use. With a calm demeanor, he led the two of them into his small hut in the sun. Although it looked small from the outside, Wang Wei placed space distortion array inside, so it is bigger on the inside. As soon as the two entered the hut, Tong He screamed, "Ouch!" Everyone looked at him and find out that he had impaled his foot on one of the countless objects on the floor. "Sorry, I was refining something, so the room is a mess," said Wang Wei as he waved his hand to make all the things on the floor disappeared. Great Elder Yang guessed that this person was warning them not to do anything stupid, so he quickly said, "We understand," before giving a pill to Tong He to heal his injuries. Although the latter was angry and frustrated, he dare not say anything. After that, the three of them had a long and cordial conversation. At some point, he felt that Zhou Shu had died, and even his qi luck was forcefully absorbed from him. He did not say anything or show any change in his facial expression. He only ensured that all the things inside Zhou Shu's space ring were transported to his, along with his spirit particles and other things. Once everything was finished, the other two people left the sun and returned to the unspoken sect. And as soon as these people left, Wang Wei waved his hand, and a screw with blood appeared in front of him. With this Tong He's blood, I should be able to find the karma thread that connects him to the beginning profound continent, and find its coordinate. It's time to plant a chess piece there. Blood Sea Prefecture. Chu Mo was in deep meditation as a blood light was crawling inside his veins, making him look like a demon. Suddenly, he heard a sound deep in his mind. Frowny face ding. Detecting a great danger is approaching the host, calculating. It is determined that the host can't survive no matter what course of action is taken. Processing, activating backup protocol to ensure the survival of the host. Host, do you want to implement one of the 36 stratagems? Running away. Yes/no. System, what is going on? Host, there is no time to explain. Do you want to run away? Yes/no? Yes. Although he did not know the detail, Chu Mo would not take his life lightly. As soon as he chose yes, a white light enveloped him, and he disappeared from his cultivating room. And from now on, the infamous demon lord forever disappeared from the heavenly profound continent. Rumors have it that he grew bored of conquest and he left the world. Others said that he suffered a backlash from cultivation deviation and died in meditation. And there are also rumors that he was besieged and killed by all the other demon lords. Nevertheless, he was never heard of again. Of course, his story did not end here. Chapter 419. Chu Mo found himself in a large space. He looked around and found himself in a forest with different trees scattered everywhere. He looked in the distance to see mountain ranges that rose to the heavens. He quickly used his divine sense to see if there were powerful animals in the forest, then sighed in relief when he realized that he was alone. System, where is this? And what is going on? This is a safe zone that the system created in case the host is in danger and requires to run away. Be warned that with the damaged state of the system, this place is not always available. Oh, replied Chu Mo before taking a deep breath. He knew that his system was really damaged after bringing him into this world, and although it has fixed some abilities, it was still a long way to go. So what is the situation? Why was I forced to run away? It was detected that the Son of Destiny was killed. What? Zhou Shu is dead? How is that possible? Who killed him? According to the system's calculations, some people from the upper realm arrived in this world and killed him. Wait, system. I thought that you said that only after lowering Zhou Shu's luck could I be able to kill him? How did these people do it? This system has no exact answer, but can guess the method used. Most likely, they possessed a weapon or way to negate the luck of the Son of Destiny. Chu Mo frowned after hearing this. During his reign as Demon Lord, he gathered a lot of information about the upper realm. He knew that the people there were more advanced in many ways than in this world. He also understood the reason that the system wanted him to conquer this world and have enough luck before going there. But he did not expect that the people came here in advance. And since the system asked him to run away, these people are most likely very powerful and probably wanted to eliminate him for reason. System, what's the next plan? Without a mission to accomplish, Chu Mo felt lost and without a sense of purpose. He did not like this feeling. The system will use some of its last power to create a void boat for the host and provide the coordinate of the upper realm. After arriving there, the host has to find a way to acquire an identity token, grow stronger and eventually fight in the heavenly battle. Then what's going to happen to you? Hurriedly asked Chu Mo. The system will temporarily enter sleeping mode, and only the most basic functions will be available. Chu Mo sighed in relief. As long as the system was not completely gone, everything was fine. In this scary world, he relied on the system to be as powerful as he was now. Suddenly losing that support made him feel very uncomfortable. Thankfully, it was only temporarily sleeping. On the sun, Wang Wei looked at Chu Mo that was in a secluded place inside his large space ring, and nodded his head. He took out the supreme tier void boat that he had and sent it to him. Then, while he was trying to find the coordinate of the beginning profound continent through Karma thread, he was also refining the innate treasure that he simpled named Void Golden Chariot. A week later, he discovered the coordinates and sent Chu Mo on his way. He was happy to plant a chess piece in that world. His main purpose is to gather information and rare resources that might be beneficial to him. As for Chu Mo becoming a great emperor, Wang Wei was not confident in his chances. Plus, if he did become one, his spirit particle along with his false memories would be discovered unless Wang Wei could become one before him and reinforce these measures. That way, he would have a great emperor as a puppet. However, all of these are for the future. A few weeks later, he finally refined the Golden Chariot and became its master. He discovered a massive world inside the chariot, even larger than most great thousand worlds. Most likely, this was supposed to be the place that Zhou Shu placed the people of the heavenly profound continent when he ran away. Then he prepared to leave. While standing in the sun, he took one last look at this world. He could see an invisible red hue that covered the entire world. He recognized these things as Chi of Calamity, signifying that a major catastrophe was about to hit this world. He sighed before entering the chariot and left. There was no hesitation in his actions. Before Zhou Shu died, he ensured that the karmic blame for losing the chariot was placed on him, so he did not have any more worries. Recent events have made him understand that the world is cruel and few people can control their fate. At any moment, catastrophe can come knocking, and most people will be powerless. That fact applied to a wealthy and powerful person like him, let alone the powerless mortals of this world. After leaving this world by entering the endless void, he controlled the chariot to head in the direction of his family through the bloodline connection he felt. Wang Wei did not know how long he spent navigating in the dark emptiness of space, but at some point, he saw an enormous map that looked like it contained the stars inside. He stopped in front of it as he felt that the connection led to that thing. Out of caution, he projected a holographic image of himself to display his identity, and he thought that someone from his family would do the same if this map belonged to them. But he saw a woman coming out of the map and flying toward his chariot with unmatched speed countless times faster than the speed of light. Instantly, he realized that it was his mother, so he appeared in front of her. Yu Yan hugged him tightly. Luckily, his injury was alleviated, otherwise, she would have squeezed him to death. "My poor son, look how bad of a shape you are in." She looked at his old face, white hair, wrinkles and age spots. Tears started to fall down her eyes. "Mommy is here now and everything will be fine," said Yu Yan while crying uncontrollably. "Mom, there is no need to cry, I'm fine," replied Wang Wei as he hugged his mother. "Yes, you'll be fine. Once you return home, your father will fix you back to even better shape," she replied, but her tears did not stop. At this point, Wang Tian had also rushed up to hug his son. "It's good that you're all right." Wang Wei smiled as he internally sighed. With his eyesight, he could see some strings of white hair on his father's head. There were not there before, and should not appear because of a lack of lifespan. So the only explanation is excessive stress. It is obvious that his disappearance had a greater toll on his father than he might have let on. While the three of them were having their reunion, 2 more people also arrived. "Grandma," said Wang Wei as he hugged Yin Zhaojun. "You look like you are the same age as me," she said with a smile in relief. There is nothing more unbearable for any parents than to see their children leaving before them. Given the choice, they would always want to take their place. "Brat, what about me? How could you ignore the old man like this?" said Wang Cheng, his voice so loud that it echoed in the void. Wang Wei's mouth twitched after hearing this. "Well, my eyes are not working as well now in my current state, so I did not see you. Boy, don't think I can't whoop you now that you're stronger than me." Wang Wei decided not to say anything more as he knew that this old ruffian can definitely use his seniority to give him a beating. Although he would not feel any pain with his fleshly body, it was still humiliating. "That's what I thought," said Wang Cheng. "Well, it's good that you're in better shape than the last time we saw you. And it even seems that you got some other chances." His eyes were fixed on the chariot when he said the last part. "Wait, he was in even worse shape than this," suddenly said Yu Yan while staring at her husband, making the latter have a wry smile. He was just thinking how great it was that his son did not look like an old devil as skinny as bamboo. That way his wife would not blame him. But now, Yenner, this is not the time to be putting blame, added Yin Zhaojun. What matters now is to return home and heal Wire to ensure that his Dao foundation is not affected. The other nodded and quickly began the journey home. During the entire journey home, Yu Yan never left Wang Wei's side, always hanging to him. Although helpless, he did not say anything. More than a month later, the group finally returned to the Myriad Emperor world. As Wang Wei floated in the sky and breathed in the air and spiritual qi between heaven and earth, he felt a great deal of comfort. He did not understand how much he loved this world until he was stranded in a place far away, without any friends, family, or even anyone he knew. The feeling of home was truly comforting. No matter how much trouble or things wrong with this world, it was still his home, and he loved it. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled slightly before frowning. Why do I feel like a lot of time passed by? Endless void, in a secret place in the slaughter trial. Chen Tong was still recuperating from his last calculation of the secrets of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes. He waved his hand and the formations in his cultivation cave were removed, showing a shadowy figure waiting for him. "What do you want?" he said with undisguised disgust in his voice. Chapter 420. "Is that your way to speak to your ruler?" said the shadowy figure. "Ruler?" replied Chen Tong with a sneer. "How delusional have you parasites become? At my peak, I could crush all 7 of you with one hand, and now you're talking about being my ruler. If you guys did not take advantage of the situation, none of you would even be qualified to speak to me or anyone else normally." Chen Tong truly despised these people. The Eternal Ascension world was one of the most powerful chaos worlds in this universe. They have cultivated the largest number of paragons, and the most powerful ones amongst all the source worlds. Their influence is spread throughout chaos. However, ever since these 7 parasites took power, they have weakened the world to an unbearable point. As soon as Chen Tong said these words, a slight aura emanated from that shadow's figure. The leak was less than a few nanoseconds, and yet, a catastrophic result occurred. Cracks started to appear all over the endless void. In just a moment, it appeared as if the entire lower dimension was about to be destroyed. And it would have if that shadow did not restrain his breath. If he did not stop in time, all the Heavenwell worlds along with their world community full of millions of worlds would have instantly been annihilated. Luckily, the shadowy figure controlled his breath, before looking in a certain direction. And with that single look, he fixed all the damage to the lower dimension and even strengthened its source slightly. He then looked at Chen Tong as if nothing happened, and said, "I did not come here to argue with you." "So why did you come here?" asked Chen Tong, who was not surprised by this person's strength. "The dark truth has appeared in the lower dimension." "What?" said Chintong as he stood up from his cultivating futon. Where? In the extremity sea. Chintong looked in the northwest direction, and his eyes seemed to ignore the concept of space and time as he looked at the end of the endless void. He saw a gray fog calmly staying there. However, Chintong only glanced at it for a moment, and did not dare continue. Fear flashed across his eyes along with intrigue. "This is all you guys' fault," he yelled. "If you did not weaken our world to this point, how could the dark truth reach its claws here?" "You know very well that this is not true," said the shadowy figure. "The dark truth has existed since the beginning of time, and has spread to countless chaos worlds, no matter how powerful they were." Chintong knew that this person was speaking the truth. The dark truth is considered one of the taboos of the universe, and maybe the oldest one. Its existence has been traced to the beginning of the chaos universe, during the time that fiend gods reigned supreme, and existed until the present. It always manifested in the form of gray fog, and people have referred to it by many names, with the most popular one being the dark truth. That's because it is believed that the fog hides the ultimate truth of the universe, and that truth is not something that people can or will accept. Existing across the entire chaos is not the reason the dark truth is feared. The main reason is its unpredictability. In some world, the gray fog acts as a disaster, wiping out countless almighty figures, and even the entire world. And it did not matter whether countless fiend gods, paragons, Tao monarchs and immortal kings try to stop it, they will all be extinguished by the fog, no exception. At the same time, some people can enter the fog and nothing would happen to them. They would just enter and leave. And some people would receive gifts from the fog. It could be powerful weapons, an increase in talent, rare resources, and so on. Many almighty figures of chaos were born after receiving gifts from the dark truth. However, the unfortunate thing is that no one knows the criteria for receiving a negative, neutral, and positive reception. So entering the fog is a gamble. What made this fog even scarier is the fact that the Eye of Grand Tao seems to not have the ability to remove it. Many people have tried borrowing its power, and their best result has always been to delay its spread or make it inactive for a while. Because of this, there have been rumors that once the fog spread to every corner of chaos, this would be the end of the universe. All lives would end, and even the Tao itself will not be spared. After thinking about all these things, Chintong snorted coldly. "Even if what you said is true, do you think that it is a coincidence that the fog appeared at this moment?" The shadowy figure paused for a moment. "We have come to make you an offer. Investigate the fog and the 8th seat in our council will be given to you." Chintong sneered after hearing this. These people were asking him to risk his life for this so-called opportunity. After all, he did not know if he could survive the fog. He had learned the hard way when to be curious and when to mind his business. Plus, their so-called 8th seat was something he could have acquired on his own if these parasites were not blocking his way. "Go ask someone else," he replied. "Why don't you think about it long before answering?" Chintong looked at the shadow figure up and down. "You already asked other people and they refused? Well, only a fool would believe your words. Why don't you try asking Old Man Nether? With his personality, he should be more than happy to take the risk as long as the price is right." The shadow remained silent and did not answer. Chintong once again sneered after seeing this. "I forgot that you parasites do not even dare to send a projection into the myriad emperor world." The shadowy figure wanted to get mad once again, but controlled himself. He knew that Chintong was correct. The myriad emperor world can be considered the most important of the heavenward world in the lower dimension. They have cultivated countless first-class great emperors that eventually became paragons. Not to mention they have also cultivated the highest number of eternal emperors that eventually turned into boundless paragons. The golden age of the eternal ascension world was created and led by these people. And at its peak, the eternal ascension world was the most powerful source world, which are worlds in chaos that can give birth to great emperor and paragons. However, something happened that made most of these individuals disappear, creating a power vacuum that led to the current political landscape. Nevertheless, even though these people disappeared or died, the current 7 rulers knew that this was just how things were on the surface. Eternal emperors were already so hard to kill, not to mention boundless paragons. Those were the true monsters amongst monsters. Not to mention that one of them survived that catastrophe, Empress Wu. Although she was in a very weakened state, and could not act arbitrarily on her own, her existence alone brought fear and restraint to the 7 of them. Not to mention that there are rumors that some other people also survived but were hiding deeply for some reasons, recuperating their injuries and waiting for the right time to show up again. So they would never step foot in the myriad emperor world as there are too many secrets and untouchable people connected to it. If you change your mind, contact us, said the shadowy figure before leaving. It was truly frustrating to speak to these remnants of the old era. They have no awe or respect for those in power. As soon as that person left, the sneering look on Chen Tong's face was replaced by worry. He knew that the appearance of the dark truth was not good news for anyone. Adding to what happened after the ultimate taboo showed up, all of these are a sign that something that will affect the entire chaos universe was about to take place. What is it that you old guys are planning? All of you must know something that I don't. So why don't you all fill me in? For the first time, Chen Tong regretted that he did not die in the events that surrounded the ultimate taboo. That way, he would know more and can better prepare for the future. The only good news is that the time of these 7 parasites is rapidly coming to an end, and they know it, so they are trying to recruit other people on their side, muttered Chen Tong with a sneer. However, the other 2 will be a problem. How did they break the limit and take the step on that boundary? Is this the benefit of the ultimate taboo? In that case, why didn't Empress Wu also benefit and broke that limit? Unless... Chapter 421. You're right about that, replied Wang Tian. More than 2,500 years have passed since you left, and most of your peers are already in the shackle-removing steps of the primordial spirit realm. Wang Wei nodded his head as something that was on his mind regarding the exact timing of the heaven-will battle of different world communities was finally answered. For example, the average lifespan of the true monarchs of the beginning profound continent is 100,000 years. Although the heaven-chosens of their world will have a much higher number, there is still a limit. The limit of lifespan, and the cultivation system determine the rates at which the geniuses of any heaven-will world grow. In some systems, they can become true monarchs in just a few hundred years, while in others it might take them a few million years. However, if that is true, that meant that worlds with faster cultivation systems would have an advantage, as great emperors would be born first in their world. Now imagine if these emperors decided to interfere in the heaven-will battle of other worlds. Whether it was for their benefit or the people close to them, this would become an issue. As the saying goes, the early birds get the worms. Wang Wei finally understood how this problem is solved. Time flow. The time flow of each world communities is different to accommodate the cultivation system and the growth of rate of its participants. That way, all the heaven-will battles will occur at a relatively similar time, and prevent the occurrence of the previous scenario. There is no way that this is a coincidence. The way that the universe functions has established rules and methods. Everything is concise, everything has order. So, is order another part of fate? The way that plants grow, the change of the seasons, the movement of the sun and the stars, and even the evolution of life in the form of cultivation can be a form of order. This is also the way that fate determined its control over all things in the universe. Now the question is, what is the antithesis of order, chaos, play in the overall picture of fate? An ethereal aura emanated from Wang Wei as he entered a state of deep epiphany. Meanwhile, the people around him were on guard to ensure that no one disturbed him. Wang Tian had a strange look on his face as he watched his son. At first, he thought that he was distracted because he was left behind by his peers in terms of cultivation level. He was even prepared to encourage him and soothe his worries. But now it is obvious that this was not required. This kid is strange. Not long ago after his fight, he had an epiphany, and now he was having one again. Plus, Yin Chen told me that he previously had one not long ago when he visited the Eternal Dream Sect. He guessed that it was his son's soul that was finally showing its ability. He would never forget the dread he felt the first time he checked his son's soul after he was born. It was then that he knew that his son was destined for greatness. That even in this generation where countless heavenly physiques were appearing, he would have no problem rising. More than 30 minutes later, the strange aura surrounding Wang Wei disappeared, and the power of fate flashed across his eyes. An air of mystery suddenly exuded from his body. It was as if he had peeped at the essence of the world and learned its deepest secrets. Wang Wei immediately controlled his sudden change of aura to return to normal before thanking everyone for protecting him. Wang Tian placed his hand on his shoulder. It's good to become enlightened and increase your strength. As for the time you lost, you don't have to worry about that. The sect has a secret realm with a time formation. You can use it to catch up. Wang Wei was not worried. With the world source he has at hand, he could speed up his cultivation to catch up to the others without affecting his foundation. Plus, having higher cultivation did not mean much since most of them will still have to wait a while before the final battle after becoming quasi-emperors. The group then returned home. As Wang Wei watched the floating chain of mountains, a genuine smile appeared on his face. He was finally home. However, there was no time for him to admire the view as his father took him directly to a secret place. Remember to be extra respectful, said Wang Tian, and Wang Wei nodded. Soon, after going through a few formations that checked every part of his existence, he found himself in front of a small cottage. And not long after arriving at his destination, he saw an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a white robe. An immortal-like aura came from his old man's body, as if he was a higher being living in the mortal world. Greetings, Elder Dan, said Wang Tian as he bowed, and Wang Wei followed. You're the sect master, there is no need to bow to me. Wang Tian smiled and did not comment. I've brought my son, check to see if he meets the criteria. Elder Dan then looked at Wang Wei, who had a slightly surprised look on his face. So you've noticed, quite capable. Are you really? Yes, I am an Emperor tier pill. The moment he walked into the room he felt that this person was different, unique in some way. So he activated his true vision, and realized that he was a pill and one of the highest levels. With all the novels he had read in his past life, he was not surprised that a pill could become conscious or even become a sentient being. He was only surprised because he would meet one at this caliber now. I will scan your body to check your injuries, so be prepared and do not resist. Wang Wei nodded as if he did not mind. He knew a powerful existence like could see most of his secrets without him even noticing. The fact that Elder Dan was asking was out of etiquette. Wang Wei did not feel anything, so he did not even know if the process was taking place. The only information he had going on for him was the concentrated look on the other person's face. Even his paragon quality soul did not detect anything, once again reminding him that it only provided him with some advantage, and that it was not omnipotent. Wang Wei had to sigh at the great distance between himself and these immortal existences. The gap between mortals and immortals was truly vast beyond compare. A few seconds later, Elder Dan said, "Your son is truly talented. He even reached the minimum threshold to cultivate the true Tao of power." True Tao of power? Asked Wang Wei in confusion. Oh right, you have not even begun to open your star acupoints yet, so you might not know. I have to say, to be able to see the gate of power so early on, you're truly talented in the body refining department. Elder Dan paused for a moment to gather his thought. Once you are done opening your star acupoints, there are two paths to follow in cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. For the people who have not seen the gate of power, they can follow the path of law. By comprehending the law of power, and baptizing the fleshly body to increase strength. Well, it does not have to be the law of power, but it is the ideal one. However, according to our ancestors, these people will never have the opportunity to open that gate. Of course, there is another path also referred to as the true Tao of power. To thread on that path, body refiners have to continue tempering their bodies to increase the amount of pure physical force that they can exert. The entire concept revolved around the idea that if my body can exert a force comparable to trillions of stars exploding with one punch, I can break all laws, concepts, realities, or Taos in existence. However, you can imagine the difficulty of that path. Wang Wei did understand. The law path mostly requires comprehension to temper the body, while the true path required an untold amount of effort and resources. For example, Wang Wei could tell that once he opened all his star acupoint, most quasi-emperors' heavenly materials or treasures will have little effect on tempering his body, and after a while all of them will not have any effect, and he has to use things on the immortal level. Or he has to find other body-refining cultivation techniques that are still useful to him, otherwise his true Tao of power cultivation will be stopped. Luckily for him, he did not lack resources or unique cultivation techniques for now. So what will happen once I open the gate of power? That is something for you to discover, replied Elder Dan with a smile. But I can tell you that even the ancient desolate emperor did not succeed in opening the gate, at least not before he left. Many of the ancestors have followed in his footsteps, trying to achieve that goal, and none have succeeded so far. So this will not be an easy task. I will try my best. That's all that matters. Now let's patch you up. Elder Dan raised his hand and a golden light appeared. He slowly pushed the light into Wang Wei's body. In an instant, Wang Wei's face began to change and returned to his handsome and young face. All the lifespan he previously lost in the battle with Tian was recovered, including both the ones from his cultivation level and his fleshly body. And Wang Wei felt that he had even more. According to his calculation, he could live for at least 3 million years without any problem. However, he frowned as he checked inside his body. Before he could ask, Elder Dan said, "Someone else will help you fix your foundation." Chapter 422. Once he returned to his youth, Wang Tian did not waste time before bringing his son to another secret realm. The moment Wang Wei appeared inside, he was secretly shocked as he looked into the sky. Dark thunder flashed in the heavens, and he felt a great deal of dread just by looking at it. Divine punishment thunder? He recognized that thunder. What's more, this one seemed to be on an even higher level than the ones he survived. Then he saw a man more than 2.5 meters tall fly from deep inside the dark lightning. The man was very muscular. He could be described as a bear's waister and tiger's back. He was wearing martial clothes that were tight-fitting instead of the typical robe. Although this man did not reveal any aura, the danger he felt from him was even scarier than Elder Dan. Additionally, the moment he saw him, one thought suddenly appeared inside Wang Wei's mind. This man can fight a great emperor, and maybe even a second-class one. I have seen the ancestor, said Wang Tian. However, before he could bow, an invisible force appeared to prevent him from bowing. However, the same courtesy did not apply to Wang Wei, but he did not mind. He understood that as the sect master, even with lower cultivation, his father has a certain status that excused him from bowing to these old monsters. However, he, as the sacred son, did not have these privileges until he succeeded in that position. Wang Wuqing nodded his head as his gaze scrutinized Wang Wei. Not bad. Our Wang family can have a great successor this generation, even better than the last. Thank you, ancestor. Kid, if you have something to say, do so. There is no need to be reserved. Well, ancestor, are you an insurgent heaven chosen? Oh, where did you learn this word? I have a very powerful and knowledgeable wife. Indeed you do, replied Wang Wuqing with a deep gaze. Have you ever thought about the consequences of having such a Dao companion? What consequences? Asked Wang Wei with a frown. Great emperors are almighty beings, and their very existence carries a karmic weight, and not everybody can bear that weight. Wang Wei frowned, not truly grasping what his ancestor meant. For example, a mortal could never bear the bow from a great emperor, and that is because the karmic weight of that bow is enough to instantly kill them. And the same applied to any mortal cultivators, including the quasi-emperor realm. If they ever received a bow from a great emperor without any protection, their luck would instantly ruin, and they would eventually die because of misfortune. So, do you think you can bear the karmic weight of your wife? Wang Wei understood the meaning behind ancestor Wang Wuqing's words. He remembered reading tales about some people who were reincarnated. In all of the stories he read, if the parents of the reincarnated person are mortals, their fate is always either dead or living miserably. And the reason is that these mortals cannot bear the karmic weight of the sons or daughters who were previously powerful cultivators. And these young reincarnators are often called misfortune stars. The same logic can be applied to the relationship between Wang Wei and Wu Hong. As someone related to an eternal emperor, and maybe even a more powerful entity, he has to bear the karmic weight of becoming her Dao partner. After thinking about it for a moment, Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder and said, "It'll be fine. As long as it is your decision and you are willing to bear the consequences." "I am. But ancestor, you did not answer my question." "I am indeed an insurgent heaven chosen," replied Wang Wuqing with a great deal of pride on his face, "and he has every right to." Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he finally figured out something that has puzzled him for some time. The real purpose of the ancient desolate body refining scripture was not to allow quasi-emperors to fight great emperors, but for Dao ancestors and immortal venerables to do so. This was a technique designed to cultivate insurgent heaven chosens and leave a firm foundation for the sect. Most likely, it is because of it that the Dao opening sect survived so many hanging catastrophes. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the divine punishment thunder. He guessed that this ancestor was using the thunder to temper his body. "Kid, although I know you already qualify, I still need to go through the necessary tests as it is the rules." After saying that, Wang Wuqing handed 2 stones to Wang Wei. And as soon as he held them, they changed. The one in his right hand changed different colors: red, green, yellow, purple, and gold. Each of the colors had different shades: light, moderate, and extreme. After the stone changed to gold, it began to shake before exploding. "Well, comprehension is beyond the moderate yellow required, so pass," lightly commented Wang Wuqing before looking at the other stone, who was counting from 1 all the way to 10. Then it also exploded. "Dao heart and will also surpass the 8 requirements." Well, as a young emperor, this should be expected. Now there is only the last requirement. "I will check your body." Wang Wei then felt a gentle power checking his divine sea, divine altar, primordial spirit, and the cracks on his cells. Dao foundation is indeed broken. The last requirement is for the foundation to be broken? That's the rule established by the founding ancestors. After saying this, Wang Wei received a book from the muscular man. As soon as he read the title, his mouth could not help twitch. And after flipping through the entire thing, a sense of being speechless could not help appearing on his face. "Is there a problem?" Wang Wei did not answer him but just handed him over another book from his space ring. After Wang Wuqing read it, he laughed out, his powerful voice echoing throughout the entire secret realm. If all the people present did not have a powerful cultivation level, their souls would have been shocked to death. Interesting, kid. It seems that our Dao opening sect has the chance to get out of the recent decline in this generation. The book that Wang Wei received was a way to create the 3 flowers on the crown, and the 5 qi towards the origin. Obviously, his ancestor, the Qiyuan Emperor, did come up with a way to create these things for the origin system, but did not publicize but kept them for his sect. After all, even the most generous emperor is a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is normal for the Qiyuan Emperor to leave some advantages for his sect. As for the reason he did not allow all disciples of the Dao opening sect to cultivate this secret method, the best answer Wang Wei can come up with was that it had to do with luck. If all the disciples cultivated this technique, it would only be a matter of time before the other sects discovered this fact. Then they could use this opportunity to ruin the reputation of the Qiyuan Emperor, saying that he was selfish, and in turn, affect the overall qi luck of the Dao opening sect. However, if only a few talented people cultivate it, then everything could be explained by talent instead of a secret technique. Truth be told, Wang Wei guessed that most of the emperor lineages with many great emperors had similar methods, especially the ones with eternal emperors. The only thing puzzling him was that he did not understand why the requirement was for a person's foundation to be broken. Maybe this has something to do with tempering the Dao heart and so on. You can cultivate this method here, and when you're condensing your flowers, I will mobilize a small power of the Grand Dao Source to strengthen your foundation and remove the hidden dangers inside your body. Wang Wei nodded his head as he began to read the method deeply. Compared to the method he created, this one was truly refined. For example, he now knew that there were different levels of flowers condensed. The flowers were divided into ranks 1 to 12, with 1 being the best and 12 being the worst. And according to this book, if a person managed to condense 3 flowers rank 3, their foundation will be strong enough to become second-class emperor. And that is guaranteed. Meaning that even if their comprehension was terrible, they would become a second-class great emperor after absorbing heaven's will. This is the benefit of having a truly perfect foundation. From this book, Wang Wei knew that only after condensing the 3 flowers would the origin path scripture be truly perfect. He also understood the reason that all the emperors of the sect were all first class, with 3 of them having comprehended 20% of their Grand Tao source. This secret technique played a great role. While Wang Wei was cultivating, Wang Wuqing looked at Wang Tian. So have you decided to temper your body? Wang Tian shook his head in denial. What he pursued is the purest form of swordsmanship. And to him that is the ultimate form of attack. To a swordsman his greatest defense is his offense, so tempering his body goes against his path. To Wang Tian, any swordsman that goes out of his way to temper his body beyond the norms has no faith in their offense. Because of this, he only condensed a rank 5 essence flower, but he did not regret this. Anyway, the other 2 were all ranked 1. Chapter 423. Wang Wei was deeply focused on understanding the cultivation method, overviewing every detail to ensure that he can succeed. As he previously theorized, condensing the 3 flowers involved finding the essence of the body, soul, and energy. And after condensing them, the foundation would be sublimated and truly reach perfection. And with such a foundation, not only will the strength increase, but it becomes easier to comprehend the law and enter the void-shattering realm. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes. Ready? Asked Wang Wuqing. Yes. Which one are you condensing first? Essence flower. In that case, let's begin now. Wang Wei took a deep breath to adjust his state, then, he entered a deep state of meditation. Wang Wuqing walked next to him and placed his hand on his back. A strange and mysterious power then entered Wang Wei's body. It first traveled to most of his body, skin, muscles, bones, visceral organs, and so on. And everywhere it went, it removed many impurities. Wang Wei had thought that his body was flawless. And it was now he understood the so-called flawless, the so-called perfection, that was only to the individual. In his eyes, his body was perfect and had impurities, but to someone on Wang Wuqing, that was far more from the case. Black substances were expelled out of Wang Wei's body, making him smell terrible. Then the formation on his robe activated and cleaned his body. Wang Wuqing did not care about the stench as he continued his action. Once he was done removing the impurities, he began to repair the hidden dangers inside Wang Wei's body. As a powerful body refiner, he has maltreated his body beyond repair. Constantly destroying any part of his body and rebuilding them is a common thing for Wang Wei. Although this method ensured rapid success and powerful strength, it still had some side effects, which are mainly a decrease in lifespan. Especially when he swallowed a bunch of high-tier pills and used the energy conflict to temper his body. Although Wu Hong once removed some of these hidden dangers, it has been a while and they have returned now. And in the last battle with Di Tian he forced himself too much, even sacrificing his lifespan for power, thus creating more of these hidden dangers. After Wang Wuqing healed them, Wang Wei could feel that his lifespan increased by another 2 million. Additionally, he felt a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulder. His body became easier to breathe, easier to control. He even felt that he took a small step in his force-controlling skill. Although he was still in the Grandmaster control stage, the amount of force he could now control was at least 2 times greater. Remove the seal of the divine thunder punishment and give me access to it, suddenly said Wang Wuqing, and Wang Wei acquiesced. The Tao ancestor then waved his hand, and a dark aura was forcibly drawn from him from Wang Wei's body. This aura was another hidden danger inside Wang Wei's body left because he was tempering his body with the divine punishment thunder. After all, this kind of lightning was created to punish individuals, so it contained a very powerful destructive power. It was not meant to temper the body, especially for a mortal like Wang Wei. Wang Wuqing knew that if this aura continued to secretly gather, at some point, it will affect the mind and spirit of the user. Truth be told, it should have already had some effect on Wang Wei if not for his secretly powerful will. And that's not even the full ability of this dark aura. Long exposure can corrode a person's luck and give them misfortune. Luckily, the seal used on him was quite powerful, so he did not have to worry about this for now. For mortals like you, it is very dangerous to use divine punishment thunder to temper the body, so we'll help you fix that. Wang Wei did not like the term mortal, even though he also used it to describe non-cultivators. However, he also understood that the vast gap between great emperors, Tao ancestors, and immortal venerable created a divide between them and lower cultivators. It divided them into mortals and immortals. So no matter how powerful quasi-emperors are, no matter how long they can live, they are still considered mortals. Wang Wei then shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. Since he did not like the term, he had to work hard to one day become an immortal. Meanwhile, Wang Wuqing waved his hand and a multicolor sphere appeared in his palm, and he inserted it into Wang Wei's body. The sphere directly fused with the divine punishment lightning. I have fused a great deal of good fortune power into your thunder. That way, it can prevent the destruction aura from remaining in your body, and also help you better temper your body. However, I would recommend that you temper your body with this thing only after you opened up all your star acupoints. Wang Wei nodded after hearing this. The divine punishment lightning can easily destroy any parts of his powerful fleshly body. Then, he will use spiritual qi, vitality, or pills to regrow these destroyed parts into a stronger version. However, now with the power of good fortune, which is capable of changing something rotten into something magical, the regrown parts will be faster, better, and stronger. Once the fusion ended, Wang Wei felt a sense of familiarity with his divine punishment thunder. He immediately realized that it now gave a similar aura to the one Tian used during their fight. Most likely, his divine punishment thunder has a power similar to good fortune if it is not the same. Alright, now it is the final step. Take this opportunity to condense the flower. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt the unfamiliar power targeting every single cell inside his body, and repairing the crack in every single one of them. Wang Wuqing's control was very precise and did not miss anything. At the same time, inside Wang Wei's divine altar, in the place where the ancient lamp and the flame of good fortune used to be, a crown suddenly appeared at the top of the temple of heaven. The circular crown had 3 holes on it in the shape of flowers, along with 5 jewels of different colors. However, the jewels appeared to lack any luster. They looked dim and unimpressive. Then, a yellow lotus with 12 petals appeared on top of the crown. A few seconds later, one of the petals turned golden, followed by a second, third, and so on. In just a few seconds, all 12 petals turned golden, then the lotus flower entered the crown and filled in one of the flower holes. The moment that the essence flower was created, an unknown power flew all over Wang Wei's body and drastically increased his strength. His eyes opened, stood up, and threw a punch. His punch, which was powerful enough to destroy all middle thousand worlds and fundamentally shake any great thousand world, did not have any effect on this place. The space was not destroyed, or anything for that matter. Only a gust of wind was generated by the force of this attack. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care about this as he was busy elsewhere. The moment he threw that punch, he found himself floating in an empty void, and the gate of power was in sight. That gate seemed so close yet far away. Then, he was dragged away by some mysterious force towards the gate. After briefly traveling, Wang Wei felt that he bypassed something and entered a new boundary. He seemed to be closer to the gate now. Then, some information was sent directly inside his mind. He was currently in the power realm, which was a place that exists between reality and illusion, truth and falsehood, existence and non-existence. And the purpose of this realm is to measure the strength of true Tao of power cultivators. The minimum requirement to reach this realm is to be able to exert 1 dragon force of strength, which is the equivalent of 1 quintillion kg of force. Wang Wei's punch was equal to 10 dragon force, however. This only allowed him to enter the first floor of the power realm. From the information in his mind, he knew that the second floor was referred to as the Dragon Elephant floor, and used Dragon Elephant force. However, he did not know the exact requirement to reach that floor, only the name. And one thing for sure, there were more than 2 floors. The higher a person reaches, the closer they are to opening the gate. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei as he marveled at the fact that the secrets of the universe are slowly being uncovered by him. This could be considered one of the positive benefits of cultivation. With a thought, Wang Wei felt his consciousness return to his body. He could instantly tell that no time passed even though he spent a few minutes in the power realm. "Ha!" he muttered as he realized that he gained a new divine ability after condensing a rank 1 essence flower. Chapter 424. The divine ability he just acquired was called Gourmet Cell. As the name implied, it is related to food and his fleshly body. This ability allowed him to increase his pure physical strength as long as he eat delicious food. The more delicious the food, the better the ingredients, and the more powerful the ingredient, then the more strength he will increase. This is the perfect ability for a true Tao of power individual. Does this thing want me to become a foodie? While thinking about this, Wang Wei could not help remembering Wu Hong's cooking. In his previous life, there was a saying, "The way to a man's heart is through his stomach." And his wife understood that better than most people. Wang Wei has been arrogant, thinking about how good his cooking was because he had access to the culinary ideas of another civilization. And especially since the cultivators of this world relied more on materials that were full of spiritual energy and were naturally delicious. So when he went to show up at Wu Hong, he was hit by a rude awakening when he tasted her food. Any meals she made could be described in 2 ways: unexpected and maximum flavor. And that's because she used her sealing powers in the cooking. She could seal the flavor one of a dish into another. For example, she could seal the flavor or taste of beef into a piece of chicken. That way, once Wang Wei took a bite, the chicken would taste like beef. The unpredictability of any meal added a level of entertainment to the food she cooked. However, this was not the end. Wu Hong could fuse the taste of chicken and beef if she wanted, creating an entirely new flavor through her sealing ability. Or, she could take the flavor of 1,000 chickens or more and sealed them in 1 piece of chicken, intensifying the taste of that chicken by 1,000 times. Not to mention the other effects her cooking has, like healing, increasing blood energy, soothing the soul, and so on. Wang Wei remembered the first time he tasted her cooking. It was one of these moments that he realized that he would be a very happy man in the future. Nevertheless, he also wanted to learn her technique, so he asked her to teach him. Oddly though, she forced him to beg to teach her, and the whole time, she had a smirk on her face. Little did Wang Wei know that this was revenge for the previous timeline. There, Empress Wu once cooked for him. Although the food was fine, Wang Wei made a great deal of fun of her, saying that she was so terrible at cooking that she could not even boil water. Of course, the food was not that bad. After all, the Empress was still a higher being, so how could she fail at something as simple as cooking something with the right temperature? Unfortunately, she also relied on the high-level material to make her food. There were no seasonings, no wise methods, or anything a real chef would use. So Wang Wei made fun of her. Because of this, she wanted him to regret what he said. So she studied cooking and developed the sealing cooking method to show him. And he did regret his words the first time he tasted her method. So in this timeline, she reveled at the fact that he was begging him for her cooking method. "What divine ability did you get?" asked Wang Wucheng. "Gourmet cells," explained Wang Wei how his ability worked. And the latter nodded his head. "A great ability, perfectly suited for you." Wang Wucheng knew that condensing a rank 3 and above was guaranteed to develop a divine ability perfectly suited for the user. When he condensed his rank 1 essence flower, He also received an ability perfectly suited to walk the path of the true Tao of power. Now let's condense the Qi flower. Wang Wuqing once again injected his powers inside Wang Wei's body. This time, his target was the cracks on his divine Qi, divine altar, and primordial spirit. He ensured that they returned to their perfect shape before their destruction, and even enforced them. However, he was slightly surprised when he saw Wang Wei's true primordial spirit. A combination of primordial spirit and true spirit? This kid is truly a clever genius. Moreover, his soul is so special. Wang Wuqing had to use a lot more power than usual to heal the problems in the primordial spirit. He even helped Wang Wei lit up a bunch of his spirit particles. During the fight, he only had a few 100 million of them that were lit up, but now he had 10 billion of them. Of the 263 trillion particles, 10 billion of them were now lit up. Once he was finished, Wang Wuqing wanted to place a seal on Wang Wei's soul to prevent outsiders from peeping into it. His intuition told him that this kid's soul might cause him a great deal of trouble. However, he stopped when he discovered another seal even more powerful than the one used on the divine punishment lightning, making him sigh with relief. So he continued with his next step, which was to purify the origin essence inside Wang Wei's divine Qi. Just like before, although Wang Wei thought that it was already purified to the limit, it was not. The moment the purification process ended, another lotus with 12 petals appeared on top of the crown. This lotus was all white for a moment before one of his petals turned black. Just like the previous one, all 12 of them turned black in just a few seconds before filling the second hole on the crown. And immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt something different in his divine Qi, spiritual Qi. Not the one absorbed from heaven and earth, but produced directly inside the divine Qi. Wang Wei's infinite divine Qi would continuously expand as long as he lived. However, to fill it up, he was still required to absorb spiritual Qi from the environment and convert it directly to origin essence. In the divine altar realm, his body can do this automatically. However, this did not change the fact that he still has to rely on heaven and earth's spiritual Qi. This was one of the reasons that he wanted to cultivate as a body refiner in the first place. Just in case he was placed in a situation where his divine Qi was dried, and he could not replenish it. However, now he no longer had this problem as his body could naturally produce spiritual Qi, essentially granting him infinite energy. Wang Wei focused on this new divine ability and his eyes become bright. This was not the end of this ability. He could sacrifice a large amount of spiritual Qi to convert them into innate Qi, and even do the same to innate Qi to convert them into chaos Qi. However, he was not aware of the specific ratio for now. I wonder, where did the spiritual Qi come from? Did it appear out of nowhere? Curiosity suddenly came over Wang Wei, so he wanted to find the answer. His soul was not intact and even better than before. So he focused all his attention on the Qi flower, while using the power of karma to find the origin of the spiritual Qi. Using his very keen senses, Wang Wei then discovered a very thin thread connected to the Qi flower, and the spiritual Qi that appeared inside his divine Qi. He latched onto it, and followed it to its source. Wang Wei could feel that his soul was rapidly traveling to some unknown place, and after what both appeared to be a long time and an instant, he found himself floating in a large space. Below him was a white sea that stretched beyond the horizon. The sea seemed endless, with no limits or boundaries. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, something suddenly yanked him out of this space. "Kid, are you crazy? Do you want to be obliterated?" said Wang Wuqing with a serious look on his face. What was this place? The Source Qi space. Wang Wei's mind rushed as he remembered reading about this in the secret archive. The Source Qi space is rumored to be the birthplace of all energy in the universe. It is where the spiritual Qi of all worlds across all communities originated from. At the same time, it is also the place that great emperors have to travel to acquire immortal Qi or immortal source to refine for people to become immortal venerables. As such, he understood that if Wang Wuqing did not pull him out, something terrible might have happened to him. After all, he was not a great emperor. Hell, he was still immortal. It would be best for you not to go to that place. Plus, wait until you reach the peak of the primordial realm to condense the spirit flower. said Wang Wuqing with a little complicated look on his face. Since this kind was able to access the source chi space now, this meant that once he became an emperor, the amount of immortal venerables he could create could probably be even more than any eternal emperors. Wang Wuqing sighed internally. He knew that what just happened was truly a miracle, and if it was not for this kid's strange soul, he would have been instantly annihilated before even coming close to that space, let alone surviving for a few seconds. After all, even an insurgent heaven chosen like himself cannot survive long in the source chi space. Wang Wei nodded his head. He was about to thank this ancestor before leaving with his quiet father. However, he suddenly remembered something and asked something else. Chapter 425. Kid, if you want to ask me to remove the karmic sin on you, don't bother, said Wang Wuqing directly. The training method of the Wang clan has always been somewhat ruthless. They do not raise waste. Although the sect can give you many resources and aid, however, when it comes to competition with the younger generation, they would not interfere. And not just the Wang clan, but the others as well. This is one of the reasons that the sect has lasted so long and remained so strong. These ancestors ensure that the successor of the sect or their respective faction has true capabilities, and does not rely on nepotism. Don't look at Wang Wei's family has been the patriarch for 3 generations, but each of them has proven worthy of that title. Wang Chang's father was not the sect master, nor the patriarch of the Wang clan in his generation. He lost his position to someone else from one of the clan members that lived in the Wang clan's secret world. And the sect master of that time was a heaven chosen from the Yin family. She was quite talented too, but it was a shame she lost in the Heavenwell battle. No, that's not it, replied Wang Wei. I want to modify the battle tower. Wang Wuqing paused for a moment. You want to add that brat from the D family who beat you as your opponent, fighting with him to gauge your strength and the gap between you two? That's correct. Wang Wuqing paused for a moment. Give me your memories and I'll have someone else do it. Wang Wei did not say anything and use his soul to condense his memories of that fight. He even added the battle Tian had with Wu Hong once he was a devil prince. I will have someone place a deduction method in the tower. That way, it can somewhat predict his strength in higher cultivation realms. However, be warned that it may not be accurate. Wang Wei nodded before leaving with his father. On his return trip he asked, So when did you break your foundation and had the opportunity to condense the 3 flowers? Well, it was right after I entered the supernatural realm. Right before the heaven-chosen trial. She tricked me into a dead zone with no spiritual chi, and a powerful swallowing power that was draining my strength. By the time your grandfather found me, my foundation was also on the verge of collapsing. You must have really loved her to marry her in the end, said Wang Wei. From what he knew about his parents' affair, it was full of up and down, with mostly his mother making trouble. And Wang Wei could tell that his father probably had a soft spot for his mother for a very long time, and always held back when dealing with her. I did, said Wang Tian, as he took a brief visit down memory lane. The moment he first laid eyes on her, he was instantly hooked. Although many other women chased after him during his generation, he only had eyes for her. Unfortunately, they were competitors and she might not have felt the same way. I bet grandfather was not pleased with you, was he? Wang Tian's mouth twitched after hearing this. His father noticed how he was treating Yu Yan differently, and after suffering a few losses at her hands because of his affection, he was not happy and forbid the union of the two. And with his temperament, he hooped his son many times because of this. It was not until what happened to them after they entered one of the forbidden areas, and they made that oath that he accepted their union. Let's not talk about this. How do you feel? Great. Even better than before. That's good. Then, how do you feel about meeting the ancestor? Wang Wei pondered for a moment. In terms of strength, I have nothing I can comment on since I still cannot fathom how powerful he is. However, I do feel that the sect's foundation is deeper than I originally thought. Oh, you have no idea, son, replied Wang Tian with a sigh. What do you mean? There is a reason we are the strongest sect in the world. I'll give you an example. Do you remember the material you needed to temper your organs? Yes, you told me that the sect did not have any more innate materials. Was that a lie? Yes. The sect has a few secret realms full of innate chi where innate materials are bred. There are even 3 of them full of chaos chi. However, the founding ancestor has left rigid rules on how to distribute these resources, especially for mortal-level individuals. Wang Wei pondered the issue and understood the reason behind this. Even quasi-emperors cannot fully digest or make full use of more than 1 innate herbs, so using them is kind of a waste. However, great emperors, Dao ancestors, and immortal venerables can use these high resources to rapidly increase their strength. As the true foundation of the sect, they are the real reason that it can last for long, and it would be best to leave it to them. A perfect example of a waste of this level of resources is the ancient clans. In terms of immortal-level resources, no sect should be able to compare with them as they are from the beginning emperor era. At that time, although innate chi was in decline, being replaced with acquired spiritual chi, these clans should have had many ways to preserve many secret realms full of innate chi. After all, Wang Wei's ancestors managed to acquire so many of them in the ancient emperor era that they should be able to do the same. Unfortunately, in the current era, most of these clans are now poor as they refuse to adopt the current system. They overused the innate chi and materials from their ancestors, and essentially wasted them. If these clans did not cultivate a few great emperors that could acquire more resources for them, maybe they would have not lasted this long. These ancient clans are the result of being too stubborn and conservative, and that applied to the great emperors that they cultivated as well. Otherwise, they should have been able to see the problem in their current approach. And even to this day, they did not want to change their ways of life. According to Huafeng Huang, they now wanted to change the environment and return it to the period where they flourished. Are you mad? Disappointed? Asked Wang Tian after seeing his son silent. No, I understand the reason behind this decision. Most likely, the ancestor did not want us to turn into the current ancient clan. That's good. Truth be told, the other materials would have been provided for you. However, you would have to go through a bunch of tests to show that you're worthy of using so many resources. Can I still take the tests? Why? I thought you already finished tempering your organs. I was thinking about replacing the other materials with innate one. He used supreme tier materials for his skin, muscles, and bones. Replacing them should help increase his strength. When you want, just tell me and I'll set everything up. Wang Wei nodded his head before suddenly remembering something. Does the sect have any ominous beasts? Ominous beasts? I think one of the secret realm left by the ancient desolate emperor has many of them. I remember that it was used as a trial in my generation. After I become sect master, I noticed that too many disciples died in this trial in each generation, so I stopped it. Ominous beasts are a race born from the corpse or blood of primordial gods or innate demons. Because of this, they are very powerful, especially in the fleshly body department. However, they are also savage and cruel. The majority of them have little to no intelligence, and the ones that do are extremely cruel as they take pleasure in killing and destruction. The reason for that is because the deep resentment and hatred of the innate demon god that they are born from will affect their mind when they are created, hence the ominous in their name. Wang Wei was satisfied with this answer as he now had the resources needed to cultivate the fiend god 12 revolutions. So he was in a good mood. After exiting the secret realm, he took a deep breath, taking in the fresh air. Then an idea to make his mood even better came to him. How about we go for a couple of rounds? Wang Tian's mouth twitched after hearing this. I refused. He knew that his son's current strength outclassed, especially after that punch. And if he transformed into the ancient desolate body, he would lose even more miserably. How can you refuse? I finally have the opportunity and strength to legally beat you. That's exactly why I refuse. If you don't fight me, I'll tell grandfather that you have been holding back in all of his fights. Wang Tian glared at his son. One of his biggest secrets was that ever since he entered the void-shattering realm, his father was not a match for him. However, he took the old man's face into account and let him believe that he was stronger than him. As for how his son discovered the truth, He guessed it was probably when he used his fate technique to fuse their strength. You can tell him if you want. He probably already guessed the truth. Wang Tian would rather be beaten by his old man than his son. He has to retain his last dignity as a father. You, said Wang Wei. If I can deal with you, I'll let Mom do it. Fine. I'll rather sleep by myself for 1,000 years than suffer defeat at your hands. Wang Wei gritted his teeth as he stared at his old man. He snorted before flying away. He would be petty to the end and let his mother deal with him. And from now, he will use all kinds of taunts until he forced his father to fight him. And I will try to speed up the pace from now as this volume has a lot of things to cover. Chapter 426. After being healed, Wang Wei along with the entire family was glad, so they celebrated with a large party. All the upper echelons of the sect were invited, even though some of them were not aware of the reason for the celebration. Wang Wei's defeat and recent disappearance are only known to a few people in the sect. This was done to prevent division amongst the factions, especially the sectarian side. During this time, Wang Wei had to appease two people, his mother and Li Jun. The former became somewhat paranoid in fear that something similar would happen again, and Wang Wei had to reassure her. Luckily, his grandmother was there. As the natural nemesis of his mother, she was able to put some sense into her. As for Li Jun, he was blaming himself for what happened. As the person in charge of the Heavenly Abode world operation, he felt that maybe if he was more careful, he would have detected it when Tian arrived, or when he took the time to set up the worldwide formation. Wang Wei explained to him that even he did not notice. Even the quasi-emperors outside of the world did not notice Tian's infiltration, so there was no need to blame him. Although Li Jun understood this, he simply could not process this. So at the party he drank a little too much and got drunk. Wang Wei could tell that if something was not done, this would become his heart demon. So he decided to talk to him and Yan Liling to ensure that he was fine. Once the party finished, everything was not over as Wang Wei had some politics to do. He visited Li Jun's father since he was the patriarch of the Li family, and had dinner with their whole family. Then he did the same with great elder Yan Mei, who was Yan Liling's aunt and the Yan family patriarch. Finally, he also visited the current leader of the sectarian side, Fan Lei, who was in charge of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion or the library. After Long Bo's death, he was elected to this position for the ways he did things that considered both the benefit of their factions and the overall benefit of the sect. Once he was done appeasing and gaining the support of everyone important, he began to spend more time with his family. For the next few months, he did not cultivate but enjoyed life with his friends and family. He also took time to read more information, knowledge, or secrets from the secret archive. Then it was time for everyone to leave. Are you sure you do not want to come with us? Asked Yan Zhaojun. No, I have a feeling that an opportunity is waiting out there for me. I'll check it out first before going to the Yan family domain. Well, it is your wedding, so make sure to not be late. Not just you but also the bride. Wang Wei nodded as he watched everyone leave, including his father who passed on some of the responsibilities of the sect to others. Everyone headed for the Yan clan's domain to prepare for Wang Wei and Wu Hong's wedding. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had one last thing to do before leaving. He checked the information or events that occurred during his more than 2,000 years of absence. Since everything was neatly summarized by Wang Ju, the process was rapid. The first thing of importance was that it was revealed that this generation entered the void-shattering realm. The path of Supreme would be opened for the previous generation. As such, his father, mother, and many of the great elders can finally enter the Supreme realm. And with their deep foundation, many of them might reach the peak of the realm in one fell swoop. Wang Wei was happy for his father and mother, but this news did not affect him much, so he focused on others. A few of the top 30 Heaven Chosens are now being hunted down because of the things some of them did when they had their immortality. Of course, only the ones with relatively low background. Additionally, now that everyone was in the primordial spirit realm, according to the previous rule, all the Heaven Chosens no longer have a Tao protector and can kill each other freely. At this stage, the battle for the throne has officially begun. Wang Wei once thought of using his overwhelming strength to kill most of the participants beforehand. However, his father warned him not to do this. There has been a precedent of people who do this, and the result has always been all the other sects bond together to besiege such person, and the faction behind them. Although the Dao opening sect was strong, it was not to the point that they could face all the emperor lineages together and not suffer serious damage. Additionally, Wang Wei learned that there is something called Death Substitute Talisman. As the name implied, it can provide an extra life for the owner of this talisman. Although this talisman is a quasi-emperor tier 1, and a rare one amongst its tier, many emperor lineages still have the capability of crafting one for their heaven chosen. However, since this talisman requires sacrificing a great deal of their faction's chi luck as a price, not all of them are willing to give it to their heaven chosens. Plus, many of them understood that the path of emperor is cruel, and if their heaven chosen die at the hands of one of their peers, then they did not have the strength nor destiny to become a great emperor. This philosophy is shared by the Dao opening sect, so Wang Wei does not have a death substitution talisman, a fact that almost drove his mother crazy. Even though his father wanted to listen to his wife and get one for him, his grandfather interceded and stopped him. Unfortunately, the Yu family cannot afford to cast one for Wang Wei with the luck of one great emperor. The final noteworthy information that Wang Wei learned was that Suya did not stop her endless fighting with Jian Wushuang. Now the latter has lost his immortality, while she remained a pseudo-version of it. With her endless clones, she can fight without any regard for her life. As such, even though he is more powerful than her, she can still pose a threat to him. Additionally, with each defeat, with death, she further understands the concept of desire to survive, which in turn further clarifies her Dao. As Wang Wei looked at this information, he muttered under his breath, "They say that beauty is the nemesis of all heroes, is that true?" He then shook his head and moved on. Most of the information is about the fact that most of the heaven chosens are now cultivating back in their sect, and the majority of them will not leave until they reach the void-shattering realm. This is a terrifying time, and most of them will only feel more safe and secure after comprehending the law, which will drastically increase their strength. In that cultivation realm, the gap between many people will be made up or further deepened. Nevertheless, this was the opportunity that most if not all of them are waiting for. The last thing he paid notice was the fact that Feng Heng was spotted near the Forbidden Zone, the Western Pure Land, before returning to his sect. So, Wang Wei kept all of this in mind before leaving the sect. He did not lie to his grandmother as he felt that an opportunity was waiting for him somewhere. So he locked on the feeling and flew in that direction. A few hours later, Wang Wei landed in a small village with an enormous towering tree. With a glance, anyone could tell that this was not a normal village. The people there had normal clothes instead of patched ones. Their faces were rosy, signaling that they were full of blood energy. In a world where most mortals could not eat properly, it was a rare thing to see commoners this healthy. Everyone in the village had a bright smile on their faces, full of life and hope for the world. Wang Wei looked at the village and the people. He then looked at the tall tree that he planted more than 1,000 years ago. He knew this village and the reason it was so prosperous. After leaving the Spirit Road trial, he asked the elders to stop at a random village because he wanted to see what the outside world was like. The village treated him greatly and offered him their food despite not having much of their own. To repay their kindness, he asked one of the great elders to set up a formation to bless the entire village with great luck and fortune, and to also ensure protect it from other cultivators or greedy mortals. Now more than 3,000 years later, 1,000 for him, Wang Wei came back and so many things have changed. Yet nothing changed at the same time. While Wang Wei was distracted, one of the villagers looked at his face deeply before screaming, "Benefactor?" His voice was so loud that it attracted the curiosity of all the people around. "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.